Hello everyone, welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here with the finale of our campaign titled Whispers and Fragments. Tonight's episode is number 24, and this is going to be titled At the End of It All. I'm very bittersweet about this game, about this moment, but I am very excited to finally be here. And yeah, I think before I get much further, I'm going to warn everybody, if you have a problem with foul language, if you have a problem with mature subject matter or scary, gross subject matter, this is the wrong YouTube channel. But specifically, this video, this game, don't watch it. I'm going to pass things over to my players now so that they can introduce themselves and plug whatever they would like to plug, etc., etc. And then we are going to get this thing revved up and ready to go. So first, let's go with Jake.
Hey, internets, it's Jake. I am playing Katvrad, the dwarven warlock who hails from hell, which is convenient because that's where we are. So I'm back home. Yay. This has been an incredible journey. I'm very excited for this session. When I'm not here delving into the depths of hell with these incredible folks, you can find me over on Mini Terrain Domain, where you can also find Jeremy on Thursday nights with me as we playing a little something called Dawnbringers.
Absolutely. Dawnbringers for the win. Yeah, playing in that group is tremendous fun. Everybody over there is very well behaved, straight-laced, serious role players.
Yes.
We don't ever laugh.
No joking around.
Nope. No
Definitely no on-screen shenanigans while I'm narrating. That would be unprofessional.
There definitely last Friday was not a goblin that urinated on 3 members of the Fellowship. Just saying. Love you, Jake. Glad to have you on the channel as always, brother. So I'm looking forward to tonight, seeing how this all comes to a close. All right. Speaking of coming to a close, I just saw him adjust his sweater. Austin.
Hello. I am so excited to get into this final session of this lovely game that we've gotten to play in over the last 2+ years. I was just scrolling through the Facebook Messenger chat that we had yesterday, trying to get back to the top. Of course, my phone jumped away before I could, but it was fun looking over, just kind of reminiscing about certain chats that we've had. So I'm real sad that this game is coming to a close, but I'm real excited that we get to follow something through to the end. And can't really find me online. You can find me right behind you. Okay, I hope someone looked, but probably not. And I'm just excited to play this game.
It's only scary whenever you turn around and there is another Austin there. That's when you know things have gone too far. Yeah, man, happy to have you here. I'm very excited to see all of these characters, all of their stories, kind of wrap up tonight. It's been a fantastic game. So, all right, moving on, we have Tim.
I am very excited. So the thing that I have to plug today is how much D&D can help you just take your mind off of things and be in a place where you're having fun and wholly invested in something, even when other things aren't going so awesome. So today I found out that the well that pumps water to our house, the cold that we've been having here, because it got in the 30s here in Florida, which to us is like the tundra. So it cracked the housing unit of the well. And so the water's not on in our house and I have to pay a ton of money to get a new one. And the thing that got me like, I was like, but I have that game tonight. So I got that going for me. So I just am so thankful that the timing of that all, it wasn't like tomorrow, you know what I mean? Like as simple as that sounds. And the other really cool thing for me is outside of the Provoker season 1, this is the only other D&D campaign I've finished in my life. So I'm excited to tick another one off and have that in the finished column.
You're not done yet.
Yeah, no. Well, I'll have finished the game at least, not survived as a character, but finished as Tim.
Again, the night's young. We'll see. No, but that really sucks, dude. I wholeheartedly understand having those house things that go wrong and tend to kind of ruin your mood very quickly.
Yeah.
So I can appreciate that sincerely. And the fact that you're still here tonight is enormous, dude. I appreciate that very, very much.
Oh, for sure. No, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm happy, and I hope that by making your characters suffer a little bit more, that I can alleviate some of your suffering. Catharsis. So next up, speaking of catharsis, we have Alan.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us this evening. I have a couple things to plug. One being that next Wednesday, you can catch me over at twitch.tv/CFTRPG for some more Savage Worlds playthrough. And Fridays, you can catch me at CFTRPG for Middle-earth campaign, which will be our 3rd episode this upcoming Friday. So make sure to join us over there. And you can follow me on social media for any updates and things like that. Again, at CFTRPG. I am very excited to continue to play with all these fine gentlemen. And of course, at the helm, Jeremy. I think this is, campaign-wise, I think this is the 2nd campaign I've played through with you. But we've played in a multitude of games, and I appreciate every one of them. So I have no doubt that this is going to be a wonderful evening that I've been looking forward to. And I was really happy that in our schedule, there wasn't a big wait time between last session and this session. So I'm excited to reprise my role as Haroon, the Elven Paladin of Redemption. And let's see if he can actually get that redemption in this last episode. So I'm ready to play. Thanks for having me again.
A pleasure as always, Alan. Yes, anybody who mentions a channel, you should be able to find the link to that channel in the description of the video down below. Please do go check them out. All of these people create fantastic content, with the exception of Austin. He only creates his fantastic content right here. Right here. That's it. Just in this little box. But but he is no less fantastic for it. Absolutely. And yeah, okay, I think that's it, except for, last but certainly not least, my brother from another mother, Jeff.
This is not only another campaign that I'll have finished, but I think this is my 3rd Jeremy campaign that I'll have finished, which is a streak that I'm proud to continue on, because they're always fantastic. And yeah, it's, again, such a, as other people have said, such a bittersweet feeling coming into the end of this one. It's been like such a treasure of a game for so long that it's going to be very satisfying to see it come to a conclusion, and also very sad to have it gone. But ever onwards. If you want to check out the stuff that I do, you can check me out on Tabletop Terrors along with Tim, as well as James. Check us out on YouTube or on Patreon, either one. I'm playing Darian, a sort of reformed rogue who is, at least in his mind, living his last couple days, either because he'll die here in hell or because he'll be reclaimed by the sea shortly thereafter. But only one way to see what'll actually happen, and that's to get it done.
Very, very glad to have you finishing out another campaign here, Jeff. Yeah, it's been fantastic all the way through, and I'm hoping to send it off with a bang. So, I do notice my internet looks like it's kind of dipping down pretty low. So I apologize if there's any kind of wonkiness with the connection. Hopefully it'll all work out in the end. So, without further ado, unless there are any further questions, we're going to get this started. All right. It is often difficult to recognize when a chapter in your journey is drawing to a close. It is hardly ever as concise as turning the page and reading the end. Only in looking back do we realize that we have completed a story within our story. It is only with this hindsight that we can truly appreciate all that a tale has to offer us. The triumphs, the pitfalls, the sorrow and the sadness, the joy and the wisdom. These experiences of our past have shaped us for the present and for the future. A story is only ever as good as its conclusion. We find the five of you where we left you last time. In the Down Under, the underworld, hell. Afloat in a lake of magma, you stand before a profane altar built upon the forehead of the skull of Belorion, the Colossiahs of light. Sergei the Damned, the dwarf who was once Katvarad's father, has been slain. In the aftermath of this skirmish, what's happening, particularly with Katvarad?
I think that I am just standing there in the aftermath of this, just breathing heavily, eyes wide, and just looking around, almost in shock. So I'm not saying anything at the moment.
Bastrad will approach Katmarad, put a hand very softly on her shoulder, and just quietly say, that was not your father.
Yeah. But wasn't it?
I think Darian will be like off to the side, sort of slightly away from the cluster of the rest of the party, like cleaning off his blade or just doing anything. I think it would be obvious, probably not to Katbrad in her state, but to the others, that Darian doesn't want to make eye contact with Katbrad right now, considering he was the one that dealt the final blow. He's not really sure how he feels about it or how Katbrad will feel about it. And I'll just sort of push the problem away for the time being and ignore it.
And I think Sabanos would probably now be very curious at what this place has done, or like if this, like, I'm not sure if Sergei has mutilated himself. I know that there was definitely the moniker the Damned if Sabanos, he just begins to kind of inspect and look, also hearkening back to, I can't remember the NPC's name, but it's the one who was in the deep sleep, and like that whole scene where we found that they were like using the Colossiah bone and things like that, like sort of oh, that's right. He actually literally exploded, didn't he? So
He did
like
indeed.
literally so there's,
there's-
no, okay, that's even
There
that's
are
even more
parts-
fascinating. Yeah, so now yeah, so Sabanos is really making a meal out of that, figuratively.
Say phrasing.
Horrible choice
Yeah,
of words.
hold on. Yeah. He's just like looking at the trajectory. Now let me ask you this, Jeremy. Would the atmosphere in this place and the sort of the dimensional shift, the presence of the Colossiah, would it make that explosion act differently? Or was it just a normal explosion of giblets?
You tell me. What does it look like when somebody explodes from Astra conflagration?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I feel like there would be, at least the way that I'm imagining it would be that there would be various states of the matter. So some of them would even be maybe like have become two-dimensional. Some of them are like levitating. And there's really not a clear rhyme or reason. It's, as you say, it's just it's a literal explosion of these strange forces, and where they end up molecularly, atomically, and so Sabanos is just absolutely enamored with that, completely also not knowing that this is someone's father. Also, I don't think that Sabanos would truly know that. And so probably acting with just as much, I guess, as his lack of decorum is as usual. Just kind of looking around, poking, sliding things, rubbing pieces together, pulling little pieces apart, and they're like coming back together. Weird things like that.
And I think like there's a lot of, because he was filled with these small imp-like creatures, these individual fiends. And so I think like these parts where they're torn apart or hanging in the air, there's also a lot of this kind of twist and pull and elongation of these impish features kind of amongst where it's kind of fused to what was left of actually Sergei himself. So it's this very strange, almost like super mod display art, this very grotesque display, and yeah, that's probably fascinating is one word you could use to describe it.
And I think that there would definitely be, Sabanos would be scraping some into vials and just like, this is essentially a new substance. You know what I mean? And so that's, when's the next time that you're going to get a brand new piece of matter that is not anywhere else? And so he's just like, oh, like, so yeah, he's gathering pieces of Sergei.
Basturad is right, Kafarad. This was not your father. This was whatever possessed him. Whatever remained of your father has long been corrupted. But the real question is whether or not we actually prevented what this creature was seeking to do. As he looks at this altar before him and trying to discern whether or not they actually really even stopped anything.
I'm gonna walk over to I'm gonna start walking across this area as I look up at Haroon and just give sort of a half smile and a nod in acknowledgement. And I walk over to Darian, and if Darian's got his back turned or is actively avoiding making eye contact, I'm going to physically grab him by the arm. I don't think I can reach his shoulder to pull him around, but grab him by the arm and just sort of pull him around and make him look at me. Look at me.
I think he'd be sort of surprised by the sudden contact, probably too lost in thought to even hear you approaching. So when you like grab his arm and pull it, it'll sort of shock him back into his own head, and he'll just sort of like turn and make eye contact, but won't say anything.
When we were on the surface at Tomonomir, and you remember I had them pull the chain, and I said goodbye to Sergei there, and I left behind who I was. I left behind any ties I had to my clan. It was all gone. Sergei had sold it off. And I now belong to the Bonekin. This, what you did, this was not Sergei. I had no love for whatever this creature was. He was long gone. What you did was a good thing. It was brave and stupid and dangerous. But it was a good thing. And now we have to see if we can keep doing this. Because he was just one barrier. So don't worry. And I imagine almost kind of all of us probably are covered in gore and detritus from this. And maybe as I'm saying this as just sort of an act of almost trying my best to show a form of comfort to Darian, and maybe in a way that I imagine that Ingvarad would have done, as I just sort of wipe away, start just wiping away at some of the gore that's across your front.
Yeah,
Just
Darian will,
yeah.
I think, look at you for a while as you're saying this, trying to get a gauge for like how sincere it is. Not that you would be insincere, but that you're basically trying to comfort him to avoid dealing with it, or if you genuinely feel that way. And I imagine seeing that it's at least mostly sincere, we'll just nod. He'll like wipe some of the sweat and soot and who knows what else from his brow. The heat of this place being, I imagine, nearly unbearable, even with the specialized armor that they have. And we'll just nod. Yes, we've come this far. Much too far to hesitate. To dwell in thoughts or ties. We only have one thing left here to do.
I imagine if Darian turns to walk away, or if not, I would turn, maybe take a step past and turn to so that I'm sort of looking out across this ocean of fire from the edge of this skull that we're standing on. And unless somebody's looking directly at me, they might not notice it. But as I look down at my own hands and see the remnants of whatever gore is there from this battle, there's just a moment where my shoulders lurch for a second and a sob catches in my throat. And then I open my eyes and wipe away at what is probably mostly sweat, but any tears, and just hope that the sweat covers up the fact that I almost gave in to grief and just kind of pushed it down. Darian would have seen mostly true sincerity coming from Katfarad, and maybe just a hint of she's repressing her emotions.
So the five of you busy yourselves in one way or another. Haroon, you head over to this altar to try to discern what the goal was here and whether or not it was achieved. It's difficult to tell, but there's a lot of blood on this altar. It's mostly coagulated already, even though you get the feeling that this didn't happen all that long ago. Just the sheer heat of this place has just almost crystallized the blood of the people that were sacrificed here and have been made into these horrific horn-like structures on the skull that form a part of this altar. But the thing that sticks out at you is not just about the altar itself and the sacrifices that were being carried out there, but nearby, one of the hands that was involved in attacking you, one of the ones that Sergei seemed to have control over, you look down and you realize that unlike every other hand that you've seen, this is not a dwarven hand. It's a human hand, and it has a ring on one of its fingers. The rest of you, while he is reacting to this, please go ahead and roll perception, and Katvarad, you can have advantage on this.
Do I recognize this ring?
Bending down to kind of look closer, you do actually recognize the mark that it bears. It seems to be that of the Oratorio in Battaglia Opera House in Arinavat. It is a place that your party has visited. As a matter of fact, you knew it as the Dreaming City, the Elven City of Arinavat. As a matter of fact, you think you might even recognize this hand. You believe that this hand might belong to Jazz Bosto.
But that it's just a hand, it's not attached to anything.
Correct, just a hand.
It seems that charge, well, met a more gruesome fate than we had. Looking to bring her to justice, but looks as though she was sacrificed.
To be extra clear, looking through the bodies that are strung up here, you see no human body. All you can find of her
That's what
is
I was
this
just
hand.
going to say. I was going to say Sabanos would make the distinction Oh, well, we don't know what her fate was. I mean, that's just a hand. She could still be alive. I mean,
Well, or she could be a demon puppet.
oh, yes. And then Sabanos would, if, so is Haroon holding this hand at this point?
I would say so, yeah.
Sabanos would kind of start poking at it too, trying to see if any of those impish like hands come out, like see if there's anything inside, any gremlins in the box.
It doesn't appear
Would-
to be.
Okay.
Is there now when we were chasing the sons of Set?
Thro-
Is that
The
right?
Throes of Sunset.
Throes of Sunset, yeah. We were chasing them down because they actually had a piece of Belorion, correct? They had
Not a piece, baby. The whole thing. They had
had the whole
smuggled out
thing.
his entire skeleton. Yep.
And is that what we're seeing here now? Is that what we're
You have found several crates that had bone fragments of his in them,
Mhm.
and then you have now found his actual skull, but you have
Right.
not found the entirety of Belorion. Most importantly, and Haroon would probably be the one who knows this the best, is that every Colossiah has a wellstone, like a heart spring that basically is their heart and pours forth with essence, which is kind of what makes living amongst Colossiah so prevalent in the surface world. And that, if nothing else, would probably be the most important part of a Colossiah.
okay? And I would just hand this hand off to Sabanos as he's examining it. We must find Belorion's wellstone, the very essence of this Colossia. We must know if it's been tainted by this place or whatever this ritual they were looking to perform. If that was their goal, then this would tell us whether or not they succeeded.
Do we have any sense from where we are and how we got to this location of where they could have gone? Is there a continuation of the trail? As I recall, we sort of wound up at this shoreline, and some of us magicked over and to this floating skull.
Yes. As a matter of fact, Darian and Sabanos happen to notice that on the far shore of this kind of lake of lava, there is another boat similar to the one that several of your party members took to get here to the skull. It's this kind of gnarled, black, medium-sized boat that the one that you came on, at least, seems to have been made out of a twisted and tortured dwarf. And they see another, separate from the one that you took to get here, on the shore, kind of pulled up a little, beached.
Yeah, I think amidst everything, Darren's kind of like looking out just across the lava as Katvarad walks past him after their conversation. And after a moment, I imagine he'll just kind of like look over and see Sabanos as they both like have the same realization. Wait a second. Someone else has been here. Over there, see? And I'll like point out across the sea to where the boat is.
Well, what are we waiting for?
I think Sabanos would put the hand in his pocket. Like the right way too. Like put it in there.
Like you do.
Like you do. Like as one does.
I need you all to know, if we are going to continue and rush headlong into whatever the next steps bring us. I'm spent of my more powerful magics, including my ability to potentially protect or heal any of us. How long would you say we've been just standing here talking?
Maybe
8 hours.
15 minutes.
Well, I'm a warlock, so I don't need a full 8 hours.
I would say it's probably been 15 minutes. If you guys wanted to try to stretch it to a short rest, you could have.
That's what I'm getting. I wanted from you as DM. I wanted to know if a short rest is possible, and then to the others, if we could just. I understand if we need to continue on, but I won't be at 100%.
Haste is useless if we're not at full force. Take your time.
I don't need that long. Less than an hour, and
Catch your breath.
I have to tend to these wounds. And I have superficial wounds, but I can take care of these. By which I'm using domain dice. Nope, not domain dice. Hit dice. Wrong game.
Nice try, Jacob.
We have those here too?
I've smuggled some in.
I was going to say, Dwight's like, Jake, I got you.
Yeah.
What do you think this is, an AMC?
Hey, we just got a new subscriber. I'm just using my punch card. I got 10 punches. I get a free domain die. Oh, there it is. I couldn't find the short rest button. I don't know what my hit dice are. So yeah, I imagine just sort of dragging this conversation out and
sure. You, Conrad, you would know that like short rests, like a short break down here, is okay, but staying overnight, like sleeping here, has always met with disaster. Every time you've ever heard of an expedition or a delve doing that, it's ended in like a horror story.
Yeah, and I imagine just telling everybody too, while we're resting. In fact, since we're on this little skull island thing, I would just make a gesture in the air, and I would, out of this liquid smoke, I would summon a longbow. And as I do that, and just sort of trail my hand, draping it across my chest down to my side, and in its wake, the smoke sort of forms the straps of, and then the quiver full of arrows. Even as we wait here, we should keep our eyes open. It is dangerous to linger for too long. And just throughout this rest, keeping an eye out with this for any demons, imps, fiends. And probably just keeping an eye out every once in a while, glancing at Sabanos with this hand in his pocket. Making sure nothing goes awry there.
Okay. So what's the plan? You're on this skull amid this lake of lava. You've seen this secondary boat pulled to shore some considerable distance away from you, and you still have your little boat kind of that's parked up against the skull that you came in. Not all at once, though.
I'm just thinking where could this wellspring be? If is the skull the only piece that we see that's
so that's
in...
Yeah, I mean there seems to be
Probably
the
took
skulls.
it on ahead.
You actually see the skull of several other Colossiah and stuff in the molten lava around you, but this is the only piece that you would think it belonged to Belorion. Belorion was a particularly large Colossiah. His skeleton was hundreds of feet tall. So it's most of the rest of the Colossiah down here are much smaller than he was. But in the distance, you do see what looks like a peak. Like, for those of you who have studied about the Down Under or what have you, you kind of realize that it's basically one large mountain. It all kind of descends to a point, or if you're on the actual land, it ascends to a point. And you can see that mountain from basically anywhere within Hell. And that's definitely kind of where the worst of the worst are. And you can feel this sense of gravity. There is a gravity that kind of holds you to the ground, but there's almost this gentle, consistent tug towards the center of Hell. Almost constant.
So Sabanos is Sabanos is an investigator at heart. And so what I would like to do, if you'll allow me, is I have an ability that is actually like leaning into this. And so it's called Eye for Detail. And basically what I can do is, one of the things I can do is make an investigation check to uncover or decipher clues. And so what I would like to do is, and I rolled because it gives me, okay, yeah, it's a bonus action. Technically, we're not in combat, but essentially I rolled a 28. And what I'm looking for is any sort of clues that would give me more of an understanding about what that boat was used for and how we can proceed to find what Haroon was talking about. So like looking around for whether it's that huge mountain, something that would direct me toward where this wellspring is, evidence of, so those two things, if possible, who and how and what that boat is and what its purpose was, and then where they could possibly hide something like that.
So with what you rolled, especially, Sabanos, you're able to tell a couple of different things. One, there is a mooring point that has been affixed to the far side of this skull. And it looks like there was something that was tied up here recently. Your educated guess is that it was that boat. Furthermore, you can find little traces of something that was leaking ether kind of on this side of the skull. So I'll leave it up to you what exactly that trace looks like, but you can tell that there was something that was leaking ether that was carried through here. And we'll say, even because, again, a 28 is phenomenal. Somehow, okay, you were looking at this boat and you realize that there's only one oar that you can see. So you realize that you piece together, again, take an educated guess, that this boat was maneuvered by a one-handed person.
And so I go into like nothing else matters to me. And I start seeing these zoomed in versions of everything you're describing. And I'm just exactly, yeah. And I'm, of course, I'm muttering to myself, there's 5 still, there's 4, 5, 6, and there's this. And I'm taking like paces and like turning and doing angles with my hands. And then that's what I say. I go, this dock had something moored here. It was that boat. Now, look here. And I would scoop up some of the aether, trace, and I would sniff it. Oh, just sniff it. Oh, it's so good. Just maybe even put a little on my tongue. Ooh, ugh. So, Aether, leaking here, here, and here, and here. Look. And then he points and he says, and if you look at the way this boat is, and I kind of point and I go, one oar. The way that it's parked means that that person had to use their hand, their single hand, to get out of the boat steadily with their feet. Look at the treads on the shore. I think we found our... And I would pull the hand out of my pocket and flop it at them.
I just imagine it as you point. It just sort of kind of goes like this.
I think we found our... Well, yeah. That is where we need to go.
I forgot to mention something. During our short rest, as we're resting, this sort of liquid smoke that represents my magic just sort of trails off of the bow and the quiver that I created. And over the course of this hour, it just sort of wends its way across tendrils of it reaching out to each of you. And as it touches you during the short rest, you all gain 8 temporary hit points. As a radiant soul, it's a feature that I have that I get 13 temp HP, and up to 5 allies of my choice get 8 temp HP.
I'm sorry, I'm still just picturing Sabanos with this hand, and as he's thinking, it's like rubbing his chin and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like,
He's like,
maybe,
but it's not his hand. He's actually just
Yeah, just
holding
like,
the hand. It's like,
I like maybe scratch my own head with it. Like,
exactly. Stop talking with your hands, Sabanos.
That's intense.
Just imagining him like doing that and then like slapping it away.
Yeah, like,
No, not there.
oh, man.
So yeah, I mean, seeing the logic in Sabanos for once, I agree. Let's proceed with caution. We want to make sure we're not walking into something we cannot handle. The element of surprise is still on our side. So I say we follow follow that boat and everything.
Do we have enough? I can't remember because this was the size of one dwarf. Is there enough room in that boat for all of us to get in? Our little twisted dwarf boat?
There is. Again, while this boat was at one time a dwarf, it has been elongated and twisted
Got
to
it.
almost be unrecognizable.
Perfect. So then, what we're using for an oar? Or does it have an oar in it? I can't remember that either.
They do have oars.
Okay, cool. So then, yeah, I think Sabanos would say, Darian, you're of boats. You do these things. Come and do these things.
Yeah, Darian will move over and do his best to get the boat ready and make sure everyone gets on and get us moving.
Once again, as you all kind of pile into this boat, you hear that kind of noise escape from what once was his mouth. That kind of... this kind of wailing lament. And trying your best to just steel your nerves against it and ignore it. You do your best to make your way across the rest of this lava. And as you're going, you realize that the lava around the boat seems to start to cool. It starts to turn black, and waves begin to roll in its surface before they actually start to like break and crest. And you realize that they're not lava any longer, that they're water. You see the seas of essence all around you in the blink of an eye. One moment you're in this arid, dry, awfully oppressive hellscape, and the next you are amid the ocean at night as dark storm clouds roil overhead, and these waves become larger and larger, slamming against the side of your boat. You realize you are not only at sea, and not only at sea in the night, but there is also a storm that has brewed up around you. Suddenly, the boat capsizes and spills all of you into the water. Struggle as you might, you find yourselves eventually unable to keep up. Some of you last longer than others, but it's difficult to maintain the kind of struggle it takes to stay afloat in these kinds of turbulent seas. Some of you, Darian, Sabanos in particular, the extreme parallels are not lost upon you of what it feels like to be losing yourself to ether. You find that you can't tell which way is up, which way is down, and you don't know how much longer you're going to be able to hold your breath. Darian, you in particular, you know what this sensation is like, and not just because of your ether usage. I don't know if he himself has ever drowned, but he certainly has known people who have come close in the way that they've described it. And he knows that there's more than one person that he has doomed to this hell. So in this moment, Darian, in particular, or at least first, what's going through your mind as you find yourself now in this position?
It's an extremely weird sensation that Darian is experiencing. A simultaneous, like, complete shock that somehow the hell that they've been traversing to has turned into this and that they've gotten here, which seems to defy sense. But then there's also a part of him that can't help but whisper, you always knew that this would be how it ended. So it should be no surprise that in hell, this is how you find yourself. And I'll think back to the people who he has pushed overboard in storms out of desperation or out of malice. His own experiences with near drowning as a lifelong sailor, I imagine he's had his fair share of those. And for a moment, it feels almost just that this is his fate, or at least what seems to be his fate. And he has just the slightest thought just to, like, give in. But then he'll think back to what's happened after that. after the near drownings, after the drownings of other people, his friends, his enemies, to his new friends and everything that they fought for so far. And after sort of reliving the journey in a flash, as his life sort of flashes before his eyes in this near-death situation, he'll gain back some of his courage and think of the other people who are here beside them, the growth that he's had and the mission that they're on. And he'll resolve to fight, to try to live, to look for any way in the sea that he's found himself in to survive.
The rest of you, as you're in this situation, this turmoil of being tossed up and down and all around and not finding air to be breathed at all. What's going through your characters' minds in this moment? What are you doing?
All Bastarad can see in his mind at this moment is Vidaras. She's back in Arinavat, and she's dancing with the instructor, and she's mastering every step, and she's parrying every blow that the instructor throws at her with this artful sword dancing that they teach. And she's got this broad smile, and you can tell that she's loving every moment of what she's experiencing here. And you can tell that there's a little sadness in her eyes, that, you know, he left without saying goodbye, and he knows that that's going to be something that's with her. But for the most part, in this roiling blackness, he feels a bit of peace, realizing that he at least got the one thing he cared about somewhere safe. But that peace is almost immediately shattered when he realizes what will happen if he fails here in hell. If his companions don't make it to the other side of this sea and get the wellspring of Belorion back, and he pushes himself to try to right himself, to try to find up, but it feels hopeless.
I imagine Haroon as he's falling into the depths of this sea, trying to almost like claw his way up, even though his hands are grasping at nothing. It feels in this moment, as his mind is being flooded with all these sins that he's committed in his life, feel like chains that are just weighing him down and dragging him further and deeper into the sea. Struggle as he might, just the weight of these sins are just pulling him down under. And he's holding his breath, and bubbles of air just escaping out of his mouth and out of his nose as he's struggling. His lungs are beginning to burn, aching just for any sort of gasp of air to fill them once more. And in that moment, where he feels like he's going to just give in, that this is his fate, that he should just give into it, instantly he sees a picture in his head of Ingvarad. And he sees her smile. He sees her performing a ritual, flashbacks of just her on this journey and leading this group. And even in her last moments where she sacrificed herself for Kafarad, that steels himself to the moment to where he feels that weight being lifted off. And it's it's as if those chains, like as if a lock had been undone, and he feels that weight begin to melt off of him as he begins to kind of make his way back up to the top.
Katharad finds herself in a situation that she has never even imagined. This is something that is so different than the heat, the fire and brimstone, the danger of hell as she's known it as a delver. This, as somebody who has no experience with ether, she doesn't have that parallel to draw to. And she's never felt the sensation of drowning. I imagine the thing that strikes her the most is the complete and total feeling of isolation. Suddenly losing track of her friends, not being able to see or hear them or sense where they may be, let alone where she is and what's up, what's down in this dark and turbulent world that suddenly engulfed her. She begins to panic, trying to figure out where. And I imagine probably almost this is all happening at the same time, and maybe it's a coincidence. Maybe there's something else at work here, but at the same time, Harun was drawing on the memory of Ingvarad. That's the same thing that Katfarad is doing. Except this is a very, almost, I imagine it almost like a, just a calming sensation that washes over, and she stops thrashing. And for just the briefest moment, the turbulence around her ceases. And I just see Katfrad with her red hair just kind of flowing in this water and looking, and just at the edge of that, you know how in water, especially dark water, you can't see very far at all. Everything's in these shades of greens or blues, and right at that edge of perception, we're not quite sure if I'm seeing it or not, if she's seeing this image or not. She swears she sees the floating robes of the bonekin Ingvarad looking at her, and it gives her that sense of comfort. And whether right or wrong, she, in that moment of clarity and lucidity, or perceived lucidity, she looks at the way in which Ingvarad's robes, I imagine just like the tie around the robe, the way it's sort of floating and just drawn to the end of it, and seems to see, wait, I think that's how I know up. And again, whether right or wrong, just starts to kick and paddle. I mean, it looks chaotic. I've never had a reason to learn how to swim. So it's just pushing against the water and trying to find where I believe the surface might be.
And I think the world around Sabanos becomes the fallen city, but it's intact. And as he sinks, he's among the towers and the spires, and there are dozens of people there locked in a moment in time with that glassy look of eyes open underwater, their hair blowing, but they look happy. It's like this is the moment before the city fell. And as Sabanos sinks, he sort of just lets himself, and he looks at a mother and daughter on a walk. He looks at two elderly people sharing probably a bit of a risque joke. And he continues to sink. And there's a crack in one of the roadways, and he sinks into it, and it's darkness. And as he continues to fall, he's just weightless, and he holds his arms in the air and somehow feels comforted, and water begins to go into his mouth and get down into the lungs. And he's just ready to just be done with it all, because it's easy. And he closes his eyes, and he can sense something right in front of his face. That feeling that you get when you just know. And when he opens his eyes, he sees his father's face. And the same way that it would happen in a dream, his father's mouth moves, and the sound is inside of Sabanos's brain. You're not giving up, are you? And as that thought is in Sabanos's brain, bubbles push from his father's mouth. And the bubbles float upward. And so then Sabanos realizes, and then he starts shouting underwater, and the bubbles that are coming out of his mouth are sideways, and then he corrects himself and continues and starts swimming upward, following the bubbles of his own shouting. And when he looks back down, he is present, and he sees Bastarad, and he sees Darian, and he sees Katvarad. And she's like flailing like this. She looks like she's doing like jumping jacks, essentially, like in the water, really, really fast. And so he tries to catch everyone's attention and goes and points to the bubbles and then points up.
As you are all figuring out your individual ways to try to solve this, slowly coming back together to work as a team, the way that you're comfortable, the way that you work best, I need a volunteer, please. Anyone? Jake, I saw your hand.
I'll volunteer.
Okay.
There you go. All right. Gothrod, it's during all of this that you see something has come out of your pack and is like kind of floating upwards, almost away from you. And you realize that it's the fruit that was given to you by Hasran Tamareth, the law speaker of the Hand of Tarlock Valley. It's kind of a yellowish orange fruit, about the size of a large olive. You know that each one of you was given one of these.
I know I made notes on my character sheet.
No, I'm like frantically looking.
I remember. I know I did.
I'm like, where did I write this
So,
down?
They're called
Weird fruit. Yep.
Tetha fruit. Tetha. Tetha.
Yep. That's all I have, though.
Right.
Okay, so eating one of these places you, without a saving throw, under the effects of two different spells. The first of which is a Zone of Truth spell. The second of which is a True Seeing spell. True Seeing imparts true sight upon the recipient. And you can find a description of what true sight is on the player's handbook in page 185.
Okay, so seeing this fruit, I imagine this is almost a surreal moment of sort of panicking in this, and then just seeing this, maybe just beginning to glimpse Sabanos, and just sort of a rack focus as I see Sabanos kind of pointing at Bubbles for some reason. The focus shifts, and this yellowish fruit just kind of goes tumbling in the water, and suddenly realizing what it is after a moment of confusion. I will grab at it and just jam it in my mouth.
So you grab this, push it into your mouth, kind of, squeeze the water back out, start chewing on this thing, and swallow it down. There's a little bit of a bitter taste, but it's almost a pleasant kind of bitter. And you manage to chew this and swallow it, and almost instantly you can feel it kind of coursing through your body, out from your stomach. And you feel the effects of both of these spells begin to take hold, and there's almost like a shift in your vision. Almost like a cinematic wipe, but inside your eyes. And you see that you and all of the rest of your party are still in this boat, on the magma. Everyone around you is gasping for breath and behaving strangely, flailing around as if they were underwater. Some of them are turning blue. Some of them are trying desperately to breathe, but don't seem to be able to. And you are pulling up towards the shore, where you can see the second boat that has been beached nearby.
So I imagine, so from my point of view, I'm sure I can see that I'm in the boat next to all of these
Yes.
people spazzing out.
Yes. And you can take a deep breath and you're breathing air. I mean, it's hellish air, but it's air.
So I imagine, so what I'm going to do now that I can see what's going on, and knowing it was this piece of, what was it? Durian fruit?
Tetha.
This Tetha, and knowing that we all have it, I am going to quickly start rummaging in each of their packs trying to find their tether fruit as quickly as I can. And I just imagine because I saw Sabanos is the first one I'm going toward. And I just imagined Sabanos seeing me no longer flailing in the water and just sort of easily swimming, gliding through the water toward him. And I just sort of grab hold of him and I say, clear as can be under the water, "It's okay, Sabanos." And as I wait for the moment where he's gasping for air, I jam this tether fruit into his mouth and just kind of push his jaw closed and immediately move away. And then I'm going to start doing this to each of them as I start rummaging through their packs. I don't know how long it's going to take rummaging through each person's belongings, looking for these pieces of fruit. But
What I see when you do that is you taking that hand out of my pocket and putting the two fingers into my mouth. And I'm just like, oh, like, it's okay, Sabino. As clear as day, you just put the hand into my, and then I kind of come to like, and then I would go to help you to try to do it to the others.
I just imagine it being almost as bizarre as that scene in Fight Club when the narrator's in the cave and the penguin just goes, "Slide." You know what I mean?
Yes,
it's like
I know exactly.
The mind cave. It's totally bizarre,
yeah,
but also acceptable.
Love it.
And then the two of us will start fruiting our allies.
We'll start fruiting our allies.
What's a run by fruiting? So you all start helping the rest of your companions kind of come out of this, and one at a time, indeed, you come back to this hellish reality that faces you. Arguably, may or may not be worse or better than the situation you were just in. But all the same, you are here once again, together in this boat, pulling onto the shore. Jeff fell overboard, and no, I'm sure he'll be right back.
He did fall overboard.
Yeah.
I glanced away for a second.
I looked down and he was frozen. It took me a second to realize it, because sometimes Jeff is very still, like a ninja. But he had his mouth open, and I could tell that he had frozen, and then he dropped. But, so yes, you realize that you're on this boat, about to beach onto the shore beside where this other boat is. And yeah, each of you can describe to me what it's like as your characters kind of snap back into this reality. Those of you that haven't already, that is.
Yeah, I imagine for Haroon, it's like almost like waking from a nightmare, like having that moment where you wake from a nightmare and you're wondering, are you still dreaming? You know, like you thought you were awake, but then you wake up and it's like, you know, dreaming within a dream, so to speak. So it has that moment. And of course he's like taking in the air and looking around and noticing that he's not drowning. And just trying to get his bearings.
Yeah, Basrad was doing the best he could to hold his breath that whole time at first. And so he really just, as soon as, you know, Kafarad probably didn't even have an opportunity until he finally was like, seemed panicked enough that he started gasping underwater. But as soon as he comes out, he's just like coughing and gasping, just this deep, like trying to catch his breath and looking around it, trying to like understand what what he's really seeing now, and whether this is true or not. But it feels more real, and it like the burning in his lungs makes him think that it's it's a real. He's back to what's actually there.
Okay. Oh. Sweet. That fix was easy.
See, I told you wouldn't have to kill. You wouldn't have to kill Darian off.
Damn. No, I'm just kidding.
Sorry about that, guys. My net
No,
dropped all of a sudden.
not a problem. Mine seems to be having issues tonight too. So yeah, we were just describing kind of what our characters were doing, how the reaction was as you were fed this tetheth fruit that gave you the clarity to kind of shatter this drowning illusion that you had found yourselves under. So I think that's everybody except for Darian, if you want to.
Yeah, so I imagine as Darian is given this fruit, there's suddenly that very familiar sensation, given that he's had this sort of feeling before, that when you finally make it back to the surface after a close call, that fresh gasp of air. And I imagine he'll just let that out as he suddenly is pulled out of the illusion. He'll just and sort of like grab at his own like throat and mouth just to make sure that he's actually still here and alive. And then sort of seeing everyone else already with the illusion dispelled, will sort of like settle and take a minute to realize exactly what's happened before just letting out like a sigh of relief. And then he'll, I guess, take a look around to see with the illusion gone where they're at.
So this boat kind of hits the shoreline, kind of with this scraping noise as it kind of grinds itself to a halt on this brimstone shoreline. You're able to disembark from the boat if you'd like, and looking back, you can see the skull of Belorion still floating in mid the lake, quite a bit behind you. Looking around, you notice that this other boat, that it seems to have a few signs of coagulated blood and leaked ether as well. In the distance, again, kind of that peak that you can see off in the distance. That was not the right button. But thank you for watching anyways.
Game ended suddenly.
And scene. Yeah, that was the wrong button. Okay. You can see this peak in the distance. And the area between you and it seems like an enormous fortress. You can see portcullis. You can see several tiered, walled sections, ramps, bridges, staircases, all kind of leading up to this enormous peak, the pinnacle of the Down Under. And shining from the top of this hellish spire, there's a beam of what looks to be pure sunlight shooting upwards into the clouds. The blood and the ether, naturally, seem to head that direction.
I can't imagine there's anywhere else that we need to go. I look up towards the beam of light that seems to be like a beacon drawing them in. I feel like the element of surprise may not be as on our side as we thought, especially if someone was responsible for what happened to us on this boat. It may just be some curse on the water, but if it was an intelligence, then we should be wary.
I would imagine that that if we could, we would proceed as safely as possible. I would say that if is it pretty exact to what we saw in that image, Jeremy? Like with the pathway and the...
Yes. Yeah, and you can see more than one Colossiah that seem to have been brought here, affixed, chained, something. Many of them, like you saw in the picture, have, lava pouring out of their eye sockets. I mean, it's a pretty gruesome, and you get the sensation that it's probably intentional, that it's meant to be terrifying, and it's successful.
Got it. Okay. Then I would say, if, unless anyone had opposition to it, I would say we'd probably walk that path and gain entrance to that gate. I would imagine that, we would do such in a way that like Bastarad could find shadow and, like just approaching it as strategically. It's not necessarily like a, walking up all in a row, and I would say that unless anyone has anything else they want to do, what would we see as we enter or get close enough to the gates that we could see what's beyond them?
One more thing that Bastrad would do right before we head out down this path, he would kind of pull the group of us close and just set his hand on each of their shoulders and whisper a quiet prayer in the Bonekin language to cast Pass Without Trace on all of us. This should allow us to move more quietly.
You mount the first staircase into this fortress. Begin making your way upwards. You see the passing of smaller fiends here and there, several of them in different forms, some of them vaguely humanoid, some of them very much not so. But you manage to avoid detection from all of them as you move a little deeper and pass beneath the first portcullis. And as you start moving into that first kind of wall, into the second ring, if you will, you find bodies of these imps, these fiends that have been slain. Some of them even to the degree that Sergei was, where it's this kind of art piece, this display of gore. You see many of these fiends lying dead, ripped asunder, scattered, mostly slashed and pierced by what look like sword blows. It's when you get to the second staircase that you find who you guess must have been causing this carnage. You find the owner of the hand, Jazz Bosto, the opera singer who had retired in Arinovat, a human woman who you can tell in her day was a very considerable warrior, but somehow in the midst of it all had become an opera performer. And you can see her bright orange hair that seems to have gone almost entirely white. You can see, though her skin is wrinkled with age, something has changed since the last time you saw her. Her face is sallow. Her eye sockets are sunken almost to the point of being skull-like. Her lips are withdrawn, threatening to kind of almost bare her teeth with how tight they've been pulled. And she has lost what looks like a considerable amount of weight. She is bleeding profusely from several wounds and is missing her hand. She is laying on the stairs, her sword barely still in her hand, and she looks as if she is dying. She doesn't seem to react to your arrival.
Bastrad will approach her and kick the sword to try to get it a little further away out of her reach. But then he'll kneel down next to her. This condition does not suit you. And he'll say it not like in a somewhat pitying way. It's not meant as a taunt. What happened?
She turns her kind of brown colored eyes towards you, again sunken deeply into her head, and there's almost this moment where she looks through you, Bastrad, as if she's not actually seeing you just yet. And her eyes focus a bit more on your face, and you can hear her kind of wheezing for breath, almost as if maybe she has a punctured lung. There's definitely blood seeping from her mouth, kind of mixed in between her teeth. She looks up at you, realizing who you are, and she just kind of says, "Huh. Didn't expect that I'd see you here."
What have you done?
Did you chase little old me all the way down into the down under? Well, at least I'll see Camilla again. I miss her. I miss her so bad. Listen, I know what I did. I know what I did isn't right. You have to understand that I had my reasons. I had the wellstone. Fought my way here. She kind of like looks at the carnage around her. Did a damn fine job of it too, if I do say so myself. Especially given that I've only got one hand. She kind of like holds up the stump of her missing hand, almost as like an illustration of her point.
Bastard says with some admiration in his voice, "That's a shame you won't be around to teach my daughter.
She'll be fine.
You're skilled."
I was. I've lived a long time. I felt a lot of hurt. I've given a lot of hurt. I'm ready for it to be over with.
But why did you have to take the world with you?
You're not a performer, are you? She kind of looks and manages a small wry smile at the corner of her mouth. Nothing is worth doing unless you do it big.
Bastard will look to the rest of his companions and then stand up and step over her and continue on the path.
I feel like Sabanos would sort of take the lead. Not take the lead, follow Bastrad's lead, and gingerly, like, sort of step over as well, like, kind of, and look back to Darian with eyes that are, who is this? I would really like to know the story here. And then he continues to walk with Bastrad, and then he goes, oh, and he has that wait a second moment, and he turns around and he takes the hand out of his pocket and he sets it down next to her, like on her, like, there you are. That's feels wrong of me to have it.
I think whenever you set the
Darian
hand...
will.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
Jeff.
you go ahead. No, you go.
I was just going to say, she kind of looks down at the hand, almost as if that wasn't the craziest thing that she's seen today. And she kind of, again, just kind of goes, huh. As she looks down at it, kind of just takes possession of it from you without much of another response.
And I feel like Sabanos mutters, just kind of like to himself, like, it'd be a crime if I didn't make some sort of a comment about giving you a hand. You're a performer. I said it there. That's my sin here in hell.
Darian will kneel down next to this woman and look at her with no small amount of disdain in his eyes, and just sort of like shake his head. I don't want you to be taken by those things and cause us any trouble. And there will be a shh as he pulls out his blade. I'm sure you understand.
It's going to be you. Well, so be it. What are you waiting for? Come on. Get it over with.
We will undo what you've done here. We won't fail. And he won't wait to listen for a response before they'll be of the blade, as he'll just stick it right through her chest, through the heart, twist it, with no malice, just like disappointment and pragmatism, before he'll pull the sword out. And just sort of like shake his head again at like all this chaos for what that this person has caused. And then just step over her the same as the others did and continue walking.
And I think I would just take 2 steps back. And I think you mentioned there was a ring on the hand. I would just slide it off the finger and put it in my pocket.
Excellent. As you leave the broken, the battered body of Jazz Bosto on this path to the pinnacle of hell, this is where we're going to take our break. So, 5 to 10 minutes. Smoke them if you got them. Go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, kiss your spouse, etc., etc. I do so very much appreciate everybody for tuning in so far this evening. I hope that you stick with us for the rest of the show here, the end of the game. And yeah, sit tight. We will be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the second half of our finale session of Whispers and Fragments. I'm very excited to be bringing you this last chapter of this campaign. Been 2 years in the making. It's been phenomenal so far. I cannot wait to find out how this all ends. So, without further ado, let's get to it. All right. You have found and dispatched, mercifully, with mercy, or perhaps without, Jazz Bosto. Left her where she had fallen fighting her way this deep into this hellish fortress. Before you, the ramps and staircases continue climbing closer and closer to this pinnacle. What I would like is for each one of you to please describe to me, narratively, a horrific fiend that you all come across and how you defeat them as you assault this mountain fortress.
Do all of these fiends appear like the black wisps of smoke, or are there different like bioforms? Or
Absolutely. All kinds of manner of chaotic amalgamations of these fiends. Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. So then I think this particular one would be a some sort of a humanoid form, but covered in these hooks and chains that are dug into it, but also creating this veil and what would be armor and weapons almost. And this thing is feeding on a lesser fiend. And it doesn't even sense me coming up. And I sort of break away. And there is one specific point where there is no chain. It's this eye line. And I'm able to, like a shadow, skulk up and first cut across the brow so that the blood pours into the eyes. And before the thing can even respond, I'm able to take the dagger and put it through the right eye. And then it falls limp, and its chains wither up into what look like rusted vines as it dies.
Another fiend slightly further along this stairway path. Have you ever heard of a rat king? So it's a group of rats. When their tails get tangled, it's kind of like that, except that the creatures that form this thing are all twisted mockeries of creatures from the surface. There's a what looks like a weasel that looks inverted. You can see pulsing veins with blue and black blood that seem to be just coursing all across this thing. And there are snakes, but these snakes don't seem right. They're spiny, and they're all covered in just points and barbs, and all manner of different creatures. And this thing is not small. It's at least 4 or 5 feet across. This thing kind of rolls and undulates as each of these snapping mouths on each of these little creatures bite out, and some of them snap out further. And as we draw closer to it, it becomes clear that there is some there is one of these creatures. It's sort of like if a porcupine hated porcupines, and like it's kind of glowing and pulsing, and one of our, I forget who is our best archer, but I think that'd probably be Darian or Haroon, I'm guessing. But one of them would probably drive an arrow into this one glowing creature, and it seems to dissipate the mob, which scatters, and all of these creatures just disappear into cracks in the pathway, and some of them scamper up and kind of clamber away.
There's these as we're making our way up and we're fighting these various fiends off, always in the distance before moving forward, there's various fiends that we can see, and there's one that's been circling this mountain as we've been rising that looks like a long, dozens of feet long, almost like a horrific flying centipede creature, but it's been keeping its distance until just as we finish off one of these other fiends, it makes its approach from below. And this creature, this dozens of feet long creature, is a fiend known as the Wailing of 1,000 Woes. It's for its feet, it is just hundreds of dwarven hands and feet. And you can see the faces of the damned sort of almost embedded in the carapace of this creature. As it's flying around, it doesn't fly on wings. It uses these inflatable gas bags in its belly that it seems to sort of draw in the hot air. And when it does so, the skin grows thin, and you can see the tortured and the damned inside their faces pressing against these gas bags. And finally, it loops around and comes in low from below us on the stairs. And those with ranged weapons are firing into it. And I imagine as it begins to grow closer, everybody is starting to brace for whatever means they can. And I go running down the stairs, summoning the great sword that has become sort of my go-to pact weapon. This great sword that looks like the sword of Arenavat, the giant sword from Thrice Strike. And as I rush forward while the others are impaling it and distracting it, I don't jam the sword into the creature. I actually leap through the air and jam the sword down into the stones of these stairs right in front of its face. And the creature, basically just using its momentum, goes right into this sword and just bisects and just continues coming up. As it's splitting down the full length of it, the damned, most of them being severed, but some not, are just spilling out of this thing, falling down on the sides and falling down, raining down like a grotesque, macabre avalanche of bodies.
So I imagine when this world was new, Akun, the goddess of the forge, crafting, and mortal life, was the creator of the first form of life, or first sentient being, I guess, so to speak. And maybe that was the bonekin. But before us is this proto bonekin for Thristine, god of Down Under, was jealous. Well, all the gods were enamored by what Akun had created. but it was the god of the down under that took this life and twisted it. And before us is this proto bonekin that very much resembles a bonekin in form, but much larger, more minotaurish, but just outside of horns that protrude over its head. It has several spines that elongate like longhorns that come out of its spine and curve up towards the air, and hooves for feet versus more humanoid feet, elongated claws, and more of a bestial snout. And it's massive. It takes all of us in coordination attacking it from all sides. And although we batter it with our weapons, arrows and magic, it does not go down easy. And it's through Haroon with his warhammer, Virtue's Vengeance. As it flares to life, this spirit that embodies this warhammer enables Haroon to paralyze this creature, feeling the weight of all the sins in hell, just long enough for us to combine our efforts and lay low this demon, maybe one of the first demons to ever be created.
As we move forward, we come across another creature, a strange creature, almost humanoid in shape, but much larger, made of this like dark, sooty rock and ash, with this like twisted frown like etched permanently into its stone face. Beneath cracks in the stone, you can see fire roiling out from within it. And as the group of us move forward to try to fight it, with each blow, cracks in the stone begin to form, even more fire bursting out from it. And the more that we hit it, the more it seems to be getting stronger, and the more dangerous the fire is around us. Until finally someone notices that for all the effort the creature is putting up, it seems to attack more as we attack, and as we regroup to wonder what we should do against it, it too becomes more passive. And that's when somebody realizes that this particular demon feeds off of violence and intent to harm, that we cannot fight it by trying to kill it, because the more we try, the stronger it gets, and the more we cannot approach it. And instead resolving to take a different approach, Darian will take out one of the health potions that he was given, that we purchased from the store, and begins to try to instead heal this demon, the cracks receding as the stone becomes more, until eventually the group of us working to pacify it and bring it closer even to health, the stone will seal up and it will become frozen in place. This weird twisted statue of its former self.
As this statue begins to go to this kind of rigid state, it reaches out and touches each one of you with a finger from one of its hands. Each of you, in exchange for this peaceful resolution with this fiend, imparts upon you the effects of a long rest before seizing up and growing completely still. Hard fought, and even though you feel refreshed now, the memory of what you've already been through to get to this point is still with you. It still weighs upon you. Though rested, you realize that you are not yet free of this place and what it is demanding of you. The air is still incredibly thick and heavy, noxious. It is still boiling you in your own skin, even though you have this fiend leather armor that seems to be holding the worst of it at bay. Everywhere you step, you are plagued with the ghosts of your past, thoughts of the things that you've done, the things that you should have done but did not, like shadows that are hunting you as you move deeper and deeper into this place and higher towards this pinnacle. Soon you find yourself cresting this mountain and stepping out into the flattened, almost a caldera, if you will. Stepping out into this flattened area at the top. You can feel the power in the air here. You can feel it coursing through the rock beneath your feet. You can see, almost in the middle of this place, Belorion's wellstone. The heart fire of brilliant light levitates above a high platform. You can see large slivers of carved Colossiah bone, infused with what you can only guess is brimstone runes that are slowly being slid into the form of a ring that surrounds the wellstone at its center. Anyone who wishes can make a religion check. As you are all rolling those, you see on this platform a lone figure that stands atop, embraced by flowing ribbons of shadow, slowly moving these hovering slivers into place. Get those rolls in. Darian and Katvarad, the two of you realize that this ritual, this practice, whatever is being done here, something about it you recognize as having the possibility to open this wellstone, which would leave it vulnerable to destruction. Just before either one of you pieces this together enough to say something, one of you in your group recognizes the figure that stands atop the platform. That figure is Ingvarad. Ingvarad, you sense the presence of non-fiends, something you haven't felt for a long time. You're not sure how long. For a long time.
It turns to look this thing of like smoke and shadow, twice as tall as she was. And at the center of it, there's this great flame that's burning through cracked skin, but you can barely see it for the thick, billowing smoke and shadow that spills forth from it. and it's familiar and horrifying to you. It's Ingvarad, but it's not. And you can see her eyes, which are blacker than black, inky black, filled with only despair, totally devoid with any kindness or hope or love. And the voice is several voices, deep enough to rumble your chest, but also a whisper that you can feel in the back of your mind. You abandoned me. You let me rot in hell.
This is not Ingvarad. Do not listen to its lies.
Ingvarad, you're the reason I've come here. This isn't you. Stop this madness. Come on.
Since we've ascended the mountain and while we were fighting and in recent times, since Ingvarad left, whenever Katvarad casts her magic, you would see that sort of liquid smoke with the radiant light within, and where her eyes used to fill with this inky blackness, they even now have this radiant glow to them. But upon seeing Ingvarad in this state and hearing her words, it's like this liquid smoke, like there's just, you see across her entire form where the armor of Agathis creates this extra armor for her. You see almost like the storm within seems to intensify. There's what looks like flickers of lightning, and the white in her eyes, it's like clouds passing in front of the moon. This is almost too much to bear for Katvarad. I rolled, just for fun, I rolled a wisdom save, and I got an 11. Katvarad is not handling this very well. Are there, this is going to sound really weird, but we're in hell. Are there any corpses around?
I mean, there's never a corpse far out of reach in hell. I feel. Even if you have to, like, rip it out of the walls or something.
Ooh, I like that.
Exactly like Alan said. Corpses are part of the decor. Pieces of furniture,
right. So
decorations in the corner.
In this moment, would I had the time to cast a one-action spell? It's not an attack spell.
Sure.
The storm continues to roil, and this perversion of everything that Ingvarad stood for is something that I could never have imagined. And with her words, it strikes at my heart. Ingvarad sacrificed herself to try to save me from this shadow thing that I had made the pact with. It's my fault that she's like this. And that's the crack. That's the weakness that this shadow energy needs. And I imagine the light seems to leach out even more as this shadow energy, shadow magic just seems to spill as if it's just pouring almost like a waterfall, and tendrils begin to reach out, and they begin to find within half buried in the ground, laying on the ground, one in a wall. They find 5 corpses and just ripping out of the wall, rising up from the ground until these 5 corpses rise up with these threads of dark power leading away from me. And they move to stand in front of me as a shield. So I can keep these up for up to an hour. They're essentially zombies or skeletons. I can mentally control them to move within 60 feet of me as a bonus action, and give them commands of what to do on their turn. But essentially, I'm using that to create a sort of a fiendish shield guardian. What's the word I'm looking for? Shield wall of undead in front of myself. And this all happens within the space of a few seconds.
Right. And I think, Tim, there was also a quick action.
Yeah, so okay, let me just check something real quick. Okay. Jeremy, I sent you a quick message. I don't know if you want me to just go ahead and narrate it.
Yeah.
And then
just
you
go
can
ahead
tell
and
me what happens.
say it out. Yep.
Having disappeared into this crowd of people who know each other, Sabanos has sidestepped and dagger flies toward the face of this form that he doesn't know. And so a dagger is sailing through the air toward the face of this creature.
Lloyd, does a 23 hit?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right, Sabanos. Like I said, I don't know if your sneak attack would apply because there's not an ally within.
Probably not.
Melee?
Probably not, unless
Some of the classes
consider
have different things.
I don't have
Oh, that's
anything like
true.
that, and I think that
You can get it if you had
Oh, what?
advantage on the attack, right?
yes. So
Okay.
I didn't want to push that. I mean,
Again, like you were asking me, with Ingvarad not knowing who you are, I don't imagine much of the focus would be on you. So I think it would have been very easy for Sabanos to slip off to the side, even just enough to get out of peripheral vision and huck this. So I would say that it could apply here.
okay, because that was kind of my reasoning. Is like, oh wow, this is tense. Let me just. Okay.
You could cut the tension with a knife.
That much damage. All right. All right. So that will be. Sorry, I didn't pre-roll the sneak attack. I pre-rolled everything else.
You're good.
Okay, that will be a total of 16 damage.
You
lot
got
of
that, Lloyd? You
ones
want
on
me
those
to?
D6s.
Yep. Is it
You got it?
magic, Tim? Your dagger?
It is. It is
Okay.
a magic dagger.
Okay.
And so if it's, I mean, this is a little like, I'm not trying to GM here, but I would love to hear Lloyd describe that because we've never met. We don't know each other. Like, if you're okay with that, Jeremy.
So the thing that was Ingvarad is looking at Bastarad, at his words, and there's like a cackle or like a laugh that's rumbling somewhere, but also maybe a recognition or something. And there's like a focus moment where it's like looking at Bastarad and like a hand raises up, but not in like an evil sort of choking claw, but more in like a reaching out. And then there's a and this dagger like through the shadow and into the form. There's a brief like sparks, flame, and it snaps out of whatever it was attempting, and will let out this hideous noise and get murdering.
Yeah, Bastard just lets out a scream, no, as he sees this thing slam into her. And he just shoots a dagger look at Sabanos.
All right. We are now going to go into official initiative order. First and foremost, at the top of the round, Lloyd, you have a layer action that you can use.
Oh, snap.
What a
Yes.
sentence.
I do. The thing that was Ingvarad looks at the wound in its shoulder and like pulls at it and pulls out this like thick viscous shadow and throws it. And she's going to cast darkness twice, once on top of where you are and once on top of where she is.
There are areas that plunge into darkness, some of you not being able to see any longer at all. Your fruit. Let me check. It's a good call. Probably not. Hold, please.
And while you're looking that up, I went back and forth of whether or not to throw the dagger because I thought this could resolve in a role play moment, maybe. Like maybe we could pull her back and all that, but I kept just thinking Sabanos has never even seen this person.
It makes
Like,
total sense.
You know what I mean? Where I'm like, I
Mhm.
maybe heard a story about you, but I wouldn't even connect you with that thing we talked about. So I just see a demon in hell and we have blood of fiends on us. You know, we're all adrenaline hyped up. And so that's why I went with that.
Okay, and to answer your question, Jeff, no. The effects only lasted an hour, so it has worn off by this point. Okay. So now there are two areas that have been plunged into darkness, making it difficult for some of you to see anything at all. Darian, you are first to act, however, in the group.
So is one of the darknesses is on us?
Yep.
Like cast on
Yes.
top of us?
I would have
Mhm.
maybe not Sabanos because he stepped to the side, but it would have centered it
Yeah.
on like where Bastarad and you guys are.
Yeah, I think Darian, seeing everything just go black, will sort of instinctively take a defensive stance, pulling out his blade as well, before trying to like look around to see if he can like hear the activity of other people moving and still going. We've been subject to weird illusions and stuff already, and he wants to make sure that like we're not falling into that again. Before we'll attempt to like move around, and I imagine break out of one bubble of darkness just to see that there are more. And I'll sort of, I guess, stand in the middle of the two bubbles in the blank space where he can see, and ready in action that if he's attacked, he will defend himself, but at this point will not like launch an attack. He's still not exactly sure what Ingvarad is and if there's anything left in there, and he's, I think, hesitant to like just blind charge.
So do you want to ready something, or do you just want to hold your turn for now?
Oh, I'll ready an action, yeah.
Okay.
If I'm approached, I will attack.
Excellent. Okay, cool. So Darian kind of steps in between these globes of darkness, where he can kind of see, and it's kind of like, I imagine his head's kind of going back and forth between the two, not exactly expecting where or when this version of Ingvarad might appear. Speaking of which, Shadow Ingvarad, it is your turn.
So she's going to move forward a little within the bubble of the darkness and is going to point a finger towards Darian, who's standing in the open, and like curl it, and as if she's pulling something. I need you to make me a con save, please, Darian.
That is so cool.
I imagine a 7 is not quite gonna do it.
Oh dear, no, it's not. You're gonna take 27 necrotic damage, and you're blinded. You can repeat that save at the end of each of your turns.
Oh, that's a high number.
That's not even the worst one. That's going to be it for Ingvarad this time.
All right, Darian, suddenly you are likewise plunged into darkness as you feel this excruciating pain rack through your brain, I imagine, kind of clenching your skull. Bastarad, it is your turn.
Knowing that Katvarad is still basically next to me, I'll kind of reach out, trying to find her shoulder, and I will cast Sanctuary on her as soon as I find her. Her dwarven form should be pretty easy to locate and differentiate from the zombies she's summoned. And then I'd like to move. I'm just going to move in one direction until I get out of the darkness if I can. And if that requires, whatever that requires, yeah.
This area is fairly large and open, except for like the platform dais that kind of takes up the center of it. So picking a direction and just kind of hustling in that direction will take you out of the darkness fairly quickly. I want to say it's like a 20-foot radius, something like that. And I know Bastrad has very fast movement.
Yeah, I got monk movement.
Yeah.
Okay, so then
absolutely.
as soon as I'm out, I'd like to see if there is any sort of cover that I could take and try to get a better vantage point without being completely exposed in this caldera.
Absolutely. There's broken pieces of brimstone and what looks like ancient architecture at some point, columns and buttresses and things that have been, broken over time, cast aside, as well as a lot of the columns and things that kind of form this actual platform in the center. So there's like ramps and things that lead up to that. So there's plenty of stuff you could possibly hide behind.
Yeah, so I'd like to duck behind that, and if I think I still have an action because Sanctuary is a bonus. I'll pull the Hellfire pistol and just kind of pop up over the cover as best as I can, and just try to remember where, and like try to aim for basically the center of that darkness with the Hellfire.
Okay, so the attack will be at disadvantage.
Ooh, that's a 9. Okay, well,
because you can't see your target.
Die and a 10 on the second. Yep. That's still not bad. So a 10 plus my I think that's 7. So 17 to hit.
Ooh, no.
Nice.
Damn. Unfortunate.
You fire this hellhound into this darkness, and you must have shot where Ingvarad was before stepping a little closer to Darian. And you can probably even see the shot like travel out the back side of it, kind of curling the smoke and shadow like behind it as it comes out the other side without having hit anything. Okay, Bastrad.
Then I'll just duck back down.
Okay. Haroon.
At the end of Bastarad's turn, I'm going to take a legendary action.
Okay.
And cut in. Shadow Ingvarad is going to see. I can see Bastarad. I imagine he hasn't hidden completely, right? Because he just popped up.
Yeah, so he cast a bonus action spell and he took an action, so I don't think he technically hid. He's basically just kind of finding cover. So you can see parts of him.
Okay. Then I'll just go for Darian since he's standing in the open. So she will reach again for Darian and will pluck again, like she's pulling something away. I need a charisma save, please, Darian.
Is Darian
12.
technically 10 feet from me?
I would say so. Mm-hmm.
Okay, then he gets my charisma modifier to his roll, so +4.
Nice. Okay.
16 then.
Still not enough. So she reaches forward and there's like this tugging that you can feel at you, Darian, and your shadow begins to like twitch and then it is ripped from you and rises. So she's going to pull away your shadow and turn it into a minion. And that's it.
That's it.
I would say Darian.
Oh, is that all?
So far, Darian and Bostron are the only ones that notice that this even happens. Darian, you probably more felt it than anything, as your shadow is being cast, obviously, kind of away from where this stone, this wellstone of Belorion, is still kind of hovering above with this daylight glow. So you more feel it than anything. Bostrod, you watch as this shadow is separated from Darian and kind of like rises up above him in an unnatural way for where the light source is. Haroon, now it is your turn.
All right. Unable to see, but hearing these things and probably even hearing Darian, call out as he's being attacked, rush out of this darkness just in time to see this shadow being ripped from Darian. Looking up and seeing Shadow Ingvarad and just past her at the wellspring. The wellspring is not yet tainted by the darkness. There is still hope for us here. Virtue's Vengeance, my Warhammer, this whole time, it basically looks like hardened lava, except for it has these cracks that kind of breathe and glow reddish. But in the sight of this shadow creature, Virtue's Vengeance burns bright and actually ignites almost like in a white flame. And I can hear it calling for vengeance against this darkness. And I will 130 action. I'm going to cast Bless on all of my companions. And they will, so I will cast at second level so I can get everyone. And so everyone has a +4 to attack rolls and saving throws.
Nice. So just all attack rolls and saving throws +4.
No, you get to roll a d4 and add that to that. But also, because I have a paladin aura, if you're within 10 feet of me, you also get my charisma bonus to your save as well. So
killer.
Excellent. Okay, that was Haroon. Kotvarad, you're up.
You see, with everything happening around Kotvarad and her newly summoned zombie guardians, we're suddenly plunged into this roiling cloud of dark smoke. And then everybody springs into action, and then you see 5 dwarven zombies just pull themselves out of the smoke, moving forward. I imagine because they also are summoned from a similar type of magic, this darkness, this magical darkness seems to cling to them, drifting behind them for a few feet as they lurch forward. And they're going to move their full 20 feet forward. And as they're about 10 feet ahead, then you see Katvarad emerge from in a similar fashion. But I reach my hands up into the darkness and seem to grab some of it into my hands as I also walk up 20 feet, but keeping myself 10 feet behind my zombie guardians. And with this smoke that I've grabbed, I'm holding an action to cast Eldritch Blast the second I get eyes on this perversion of Ingvarad. I'm not going to cast it into the darkness blindly, but the spell is just roiling in my hands like two twin storms of smoke and light as I'm just waiting for that opportunity.
All right. Skatrod has taken up a position where she is ready to fire her spells when she has a clear target. Sabanos, it is your turn to act again.
So is because it's magical darkness and I can't see through it with dark vision, the attack is at disadvantage, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Because okay. Oh, that's a bummer. So
Do you have inspiration?
I do. That's a great call. I have 1 inspiration and I'm going to use it. Oh, great call, Jake. Does an 18 hit you, Lloyd?
No.
Oh no.
Sorry.
No. So, I still am going to attempt to do what I was going to do, which was I don't have any more magical daggers. And so, stupidly, the ability I do have, Jeremy, you're right. And I actually read into it more. I do have an ability where I can roll a check against a deception check. I can roll my insight check. And that's like my main thing. If I beat it, I can use sneak attack without advantage, basically. So Sabanos gets cocky because he sees this play out. He sees maybe the wisp of darkness clears just for a moment as these motions are happening. And so he sees his opportunity and he rushes into the darkness with his magical rapier, the Fiend Melter. And as he goes to stab it into this being that was Ingvarad, he realizes that the darkness and her are one and the same. And the outline that he was so certain is actually not there. And he, with full thrust, stabs into nothingness, and the cold pangs of realization sink in as he now realizes that his back is probably to Ingvarad. So all of that to say, I was going to use my regular movement to go into the cloud, if I understand the distance correctly, missed that attack, but was now going to use disengage and or dodge, basically some sort of action to try to not get killed now that I'm standing in there. So if you'll let me dash away, I will try that.
Okay. So first,
I don't know if she can see me.
Right. Before we move on to the second part, did you add the D4 from the bless to that attack roll?
Oh, I didn't add it to the attack roll. I added it to the damage.
No, it goes on the attack roll.
No, I didn't. So it was a 1 that I rolled. I remember being sad about that. Does a 19 hit you?
Hey, see? There you go.
Now the side chat and all those up carrots make sense.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
No, you're
oh my
good.
God. I'm so sorry.
Tim, look here. Look.
Glorious narration, but we're all going, Tim.
So
no one wanted to interrupt because
Hey,
it
you
was so good. But also, we're like, also, you might have hit.
that
Future
is
blast.
amazing.
Future
Tim, look,
blast.
Tim, you might have hit.
Look up here. Look up here.
Look up here. Narratively,
movie.
everything I just said happened, but I have a sixth sense and I reach over my shoulder and just I have the opportunity to either run or go double down, and I double down and stick the blade behind me. And it would, Lloyd, at some point hit Ingvarad. I don't know where, you can tell me, but since it is a sneak attack, it would deal 25 damage, and it is magical.
Yeah, you managed to connect with this hand that's like raised, and there's this hammer within it, and it's coming down towards you, but you like smash it off to the side, and there's like a brief flash. You could see, you're right next to her, of the eyes not being perfectly black. There's like a look around, doesn't know who you are, and is confused as to why you're attacking her, but like looks out and sees Darian struggling and says, Darian, if you found faith, I need it now. I'm in here.
The shadows creep back over Ingvarad's eyes, filling them with black once again. I would say that all of you were close enough to hear that. This place, again, is almost this bowl-shaped box canyon type room, if you will, so things echo very easily here. That brings us back to the top of the round, just as these eyes of Ingvarad go dark once more, for another layer action.
So she opens her mouth to speak again, though the eyes have gone and closed over. And instead of her voice, it is thousands, maybe tens of thousands of like screams, shrieks from somewhere. So everyone who can hear, which I think is everybody, needs to make a wisdom save. It is against fear, so I think maybe something happens there.
Well, one, everybody don't forget to add +4 and then roll your D4 and add that to your save.
I moved outside of your range because I moved well outside of the bubble.
I did too, unless you're close. Are you close to Ingvarad, Haroon? Because I'm literally adjacent.
You're right. I mean, I came out of the bubble, so I'd be standing next to Darian. So I don't know how far that is from.
How far is your range?
Else is.
It's pretty tight, isn't it?
10 feet.
Yeah, I would say that Darian is beside you.
Mm-hmm.
And that might be it, because Bastrad moved to cover.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Sabanos moved up, so yeah. I think
now,
Darian's the only one
if this is just to frighten us, then my aura of courage makes us immune. So
what is the range?
We can't be frightened. If it does more than that, then 10 feet.
Is this a spell, or this is a lair effect?
It's a lair action. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's going to make you frightened, basically. But so if you're within 10 feet of you, that's not going to happen, right?
Right. So me and Darian we wouldn't need to save because my aura of courage has bolstered us against being frightened.
So I got a 2 on the D20 I got a 1 on the D4, and I don't have any sort of proficiency in that
curse
saving
you.
throw. So that's a 3 for me all up.
Okay, well, that's a fail. You are frightened.
I got
Okay.
a 10 on the D20, a 4 on the D4, and a 5 to my bonus. So I got a 19.
You're not frightened.
With an inspiration point, I got an 18 overall.
Also not frightened. That's my direction.
Ugh. Okay.
Okay. So after the layer action, that brings us to Darian.
So Darian is like clutching his eyes and his head as his brain is just like racked with this pain. Even outside the bubbles of darkness, he still can't see. And then he'll hear this voice call out, Ingvarad's voice, yelling that she's still in there. And like this mixture of confusion will like wash over Darian as this person that he's fighting is like simultaneously a dear friend and not at all a dear friend. And he'll like grip the fiend slaying sword in his hand and just like with a yell just begin charging forwards, like raising it as if to stab. But then as he charges forward, he'll like hear Ingvarad's voice, whether it's like memories or some insanity, it's hard to say. Back long ago, when she was teaching him the prayers of Belorion, the sacred words that Darian tried to learn. And he'll begin like mumbling, trying to say them, but he can't remember them. And then he'll hear again something that Ingvarad said back then. The words don't matter, it's how you mean them. And when he makes it up to Ingvarad, the sword will slip from his hand and it'll reach forward. And this is a decision I made a long time ago, but I'm very excited to reveal this. I will cast Cure Wounds as I touch Ingvarad's face with my hand.
Okay, so do this. Go ahead and roll the hit point pool for your spell, Jeff.
So that will be 9 healing.
Okay. So, Ingvarad, go ahead and take 9 points of healing. And I'm going to make a roll. Okay. All right. So I
imagine Darian will like surprise himself as like this glow of Belorion's light will like burst from his hand, like the darkness bubble for a second, just like I imagine dispersing as I like make eye contact with this person, either Ingvarad or not. Darian's still not sure, as this light will like flow from his hand into her, and he'll just like stop, like frozen for a second. He can't even see, so he'll just see like the flash of light from like behind his eyelids before like just like stumbling back in shock. And then I'll let you say whatever happened.
Absolutely. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So you blast this spell involuntarily, as a knee-jerk reaction almost, from your hand into the face of Ingvarad. And for a moment, you see the shadows blasted away beneath the light of Belorion's divinity. And only afterwards do you see it kind of starting to creep back in and coming back over the part of Ingvarad that was kind of washed clean, if you will. The shadow itself seemed to recoil from the light that you had cast initially, but once it was gone, it seems to move back in and take control over Ingrid again.
The light, as it like bursts from Darian's hand and lingers for a moment, will also seep through him, as I imagine a 22 is going to be enough to save from the blindness.
Yeah.
It's just in this burst of light, suddenly it's just like everything is there. He can see again, and he can see this point where the magic has caused this slight receding of the shadow before it's like quickly overtaken. I imagine Darian will just like stumble backwards in surprise. And that'll be my turn.
Excellent. So you can see that the darkness that had been brought up, now that your blindness has gone away, you can see that darkness is also dissipated. So you can see everything in this area once again. The wellstone of Belorion glowing brilliantly again here. So yeah, you had 9 points that you had given. So I set the DC for something at 19, but it rolled a 20 on the die. So it's lock solid so far. Okay. That was Darian. Shadow Ingvarad, it is your turn.
So I think when Darian like touches her face, there's a moment where she touches his and maybe like undoes the blindness in a way as well, like pulls it away. And there's a moment of she sees you and says it. It's the words. Don't matter. And then it's back. And she just like looks around and is going to begin swinging her spectral hammer, a dark image of the one that she wielded in life, once at Darian in front of her and twice at Sabanos because he's afraid.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense.
Jesus, it's a 28 to hit you, Sabanos, and that's a crit. Jesus Christ. And this is going to be really bad. I'm sorry, I didn't want to roll that. And Jeff.
Jim, you're muted if you're talking.
A 15, Jeff, which makes you right.
Thank you, Jake. I said.
Oh, the crit was against not me?
Yeah.
Or against me?
I was just saying, Lloyd, that's tasty. Like, it's just makes so much sense. The stakes are so high, and I am here for it.
You're saying it now, but you're about to get
15
so
does. You said 15,
yeah,
Lloyd? That does hit me.
it does. Okay. Okay. Should I roll this or do average?
You can roll if you want.
It's a lot of dice. Okay.
Oh, if you don't want to roll, then just take the average.
All right. So you are frightened, Sabanos. You'll take 19 necrotic and 13 psychic from the first.
From the first. Hold on.
Yes.
Let me hold on. 19 necrotic and
Yes.
13 psychic.
Yep. And then you're
Okay.
going to take 38 necrotic and 26 psychic from the crit.
Okay, hang on. Okay. So let's talk this through.
So sorry.
No. Listen. All right. So here's the shakedown. That is 98. Now I'm frightened, but that basically just means I have a disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls, and then I can't move toward you. So I'm pretty sure that my uncanny dodge is still in effect. So the darkness is gone, so I can see you. So I can now use my reaction to have the attack's damage against me. Did anything I just say sound wrong?
Is it one attack you have the damage of? Or
So-
all attacks for the round?
It says, basically I can use one reaction.
One attack.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
then
I
have the crit, right?
So that's what I was going to do, was take half of the one that you gave me that was like 38 and 28, was it?
Yeah, so you'll take basically you'll take 38 and 26 if you half the damage of the crit.
Okay, perfect. 38 and 26.
Yes.
Total for all three
38
attacks,
necrotic
or all
and
three.
26 psychic.
Right.
Perfect.
So one was a normal attack and one was a crit, and you have the crit, so you're basically taking two normal attacks.
That's perfect. And so now that is 64 damage versus the 98 damage. So let me go ahead and see what I've got going on here. Thank God for temporary hit points. So first, take all those away. All right, drum roll.
Yeah, if anybody during the long rest, if anybody's temp hit points got erased, you would have gotten 8 hit points from that.
Yes.
Oh wait, no, you wouldn't, because that wasn't a normal rest, was it? That was a magical effect.
Oh, when does that wear off?
It is the effects of a long rest. So yes.
Okay, because whenever I take a long rest, my allies get 8 hit points temporary.
Yes. It was all of the
Got it.
effects
Yeah,
of
and
taking
I
a
was
long
counting
Okay.
those.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So that puts me with those minus what I have. Let me just triple check this because it's a lot of damage. Hold on. Okay. I am actually still standing, but barely.
This.
Yes.
Okay.
So barely. So that and Jake, I will say emphatically, it was absolutely because of the temporary hit points that I'm standing. By almost
shadow,
the exact amount.
It's not over yet. The shadow, Darian's shadow,
Oh no.
is going to dart across the landscape, and it's going to attack you as well.
That makes sense, yeah.
It's not me, it's the bad guy. I'm sorry.
No, listen, this is how you do it, man. This is
We're
what
literally
we're here
in
for.
hell.
This
Yeah.
is what we're here for.
It feels way worse when I'm not the GM of this game to be doing the bad things.
Isn't that so
I gave you
strange?
permission.
It is weird. Yeah, but it feels dirtier somehow. Like,
Yeah.
A 17 on the die.
That hits. I'm 15.
Okay. It does 9 and 2, 11 necrotic damage. The shadow.
I am down.
Oh my god. You reduce your strength score by 3.
What?
Oh.
It's a shadow. Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah. It's a shadow, duh. So
Um,
hold on. Oh, wow. Hold on. Okay. I've never had to do this in 5e.
It's like one of the only 5e monsters that has this, I think, that has ability drain.
The score lowers by 3. Wow.
Yeah, until
Correct.
you finish a short or long rest.
Wow. Okay. I'll go in there and do that.
You haven't
Is-
died, so that's good.
Is this happening within 30 feet?
Within
You
30
would say
feet,
so,
yes.
yeah.
Okay.
I would say so. Mhm.
Tim,
All right.
you can click on your if you're in D&D Beyond, you can click on your ability score of strength, and on the right it'll bring up a thing that will let you put an override modifier in there, so you don't have to go in and,
Oh, that's great,
and
man.
edit your character sheet. It's built
Thank you
in.
so much.
All right. I'm going to use my
That's
channel
lovely.
divinity to rebuke the violent. And immediately after an attacker within 30 feet deals damage with an attack against a creature other than myself, I can use my reaction to force that attacker to make a wisdom saving throw. So I need the minion to make a wisdom saving throw, DC 15.
9.
Okay. On a failed save, the attacker takes radiant damage equal to the damage they just dealt.
Okay, so it explodes.
So I imagine it
instantly.
like explodes in this like white Belorion light as it just as whatever damage it dealt to Sabanos, it reflects back and it just
In the blast of the light, Ingvrad looks to you, Haroon, and says, Haroon, I wish now that I had said what I never could. That's the baddies.
Excellent. Okay. So the light in this area has returned, and in that same instance, you watch as Darian blasts light out of the end of his hand right into Shadow Ingvarad's face, followed by Shadow Ingvarad tearing into Darian and Sabanos, almost taking Sabanos off of his feet in one fell swoop. And then immediately following, this shadow dashes across the space, leaving Darian's vicinity in a very unsettling manner, traveling across the space and almost reaching Sabanos before Harun manages to just completely undo the shadow. Bastrad, it is your turn.
So, seeing Sabanos go down and the shadow explode, Bastrad was planning on making a mad dash for the Wellstone, but in this moment, everything just crystallizes and becomes clear that if he doesn't do what he can to try to help his companions get out of this hell together, then does it even matter if we've saved the world, if we've stopped whatever evil plan is going on? And he bolts out from behind the cover that he's found and dashes to Sabanos. I don't know how far he is. I don't know if I have to literally dash or what, but
with your movement, I think you're fine. Yeah.
Okay, he'll place a hand on him, and whisper a bonekin prayer in their harsh language, and cast Spare the Dying on Sabanos to stabilize him. And looking up at Ingvarad, he'll hold his spear at his side and say, "This is not you. You are stronger than this. You're supposed to fight this, not us." And he'll stand ready to defend Sabanos.
He looks and says, "Who are you to speak of fighting against? You have always failed at that."
I'm here.
At the end of Bastard's turn, Shadow Ingvarad is going to take a legendary action, and she is going to look at Bastard, and I need him to make a wisdom save.
Let's try that again. All right, let's use that point of inspiration. So that's a 24 overall.
Okay, yep, you're fine.
That first one was not going to be nearly that high.
Okay. So that was Basterad. It is now Harun's turn.
So there was a moment where Harun, watching Darian charge forth as this light, the spell of Belorion basically is cast from Darian. And there's this moment of awe on Harun's face at this realization of what just happened. And then a shock as Shadow Ingvarad riposte with this devastating attack that and although Harun tries, he's just a moment too late. Although he destroys the shadow, it's Sabanos fell to it. And then seeing Bastard move in, Harun, he'll also move in as he runs into the thick of it, shield and warhammer in hand. And he will again step in front, probably side by side with Bastard, shielding Sabanos and Darian behind him. And he will say, "Fear not, Belorion is with us, and so is Ingvarad. Foul demon, you will not prevail And I am going to cast Dispel Magic on Shadow Ingvarad. So anything 3rd level or lower automatically ends. If she has any 4th level or higher spells, I have to make a check against each one.
Okay.
If she has any 4th level or higher spells activated right now.
Please
but otherwise
make
on
that
her,
roll.
how many do I need to make?
Um,
Because I have to make one per spell. And then I need to know what the level of the spell, because that determines the DC per spell.
So I know of one. I don't know if Lloyd has any that are currently going or not. Do you have any spell effects that are currently ongoing on you?
So I don't have any spell effects ongoing, but I do want this to do something cool.
Okay.
That's
Yeah, so I think it's just one. So just roll.
awesome.
And what is how do you determine the DC? And I'll let you know if you beat it or not.
It's 10 plus the spell level.
Okay.
So if it's
Okay,
like
so
a
go
4th
ahead.
level spell, then it'd be DC 14.
Okay. So go ahead and roll that. And we'll see what you get.
All right. I'm going to use inspiration on
Hmm.
that. Much better. And I get to add my spellcasting ability. So 22.
Yeah. Okay.
So if that beats the DC, then the spell ends.
Excellent. Okay, so what does it look like as your spell, your Dispel Magic, Haroon, is going to pull the shadow out of Ingvarad, leaving her behind?
All right. This Virtue's Vengeance, as I said, it's burning with this white flame. And I imagine in this moment, as he pulls back this warhammer, it glows bright white. And even the wellspring from Belorion, it begins to shine as radiance of almost the sun is shining bright, as this room is almost turning white as this hammer comes down against this shadow, and it repels Ingvarad out of it, kind of like pulling them apart. And almost has like this kind of gooey effect as all these shadow tendrils are snapping as she's expelled out of it.
This shadow is pulled backwards almost similarly to the way that Darian was divorced from his just mere moments before. The shadow itself looms above overhead as the form of Ingvarad staggers, almost probably taking a knee even under the release of this. So you were at 41 points of damage, Ingvarad, so now you are only at 20 points of damage. The shadow is going to take the other 21 points of that now that you two are separated. And so this shadow, you can see, looms high above the platform between where all of you are, and this light of Belorion shines behind it.
You cannot win. Though you have taken my body, I do not need flesh to kill you all. You will become my puppets.
Kotvarad, it is your turn.
How high is the shadow?
It hovers probably 15, 20 feet off the ground.
Okay. I'm going to try something. You and I already talked about this one thing. but you can say no to this if you want. But since I have these zombies under my control, and as a bonus action, I can command them what to do mentally. Seeing that Haroon was able to separate, well, through the actions of everybody, they were able to separate this and free Ingvarad. I want to mentally command my zombies to move forward in a line and basically sort of crouch down at intervals that would allow me to basically run up them. Like, so that by the time I get to the fifth one, I can leap off of it at this shadow.
Okay.
And I'll make any checks if you want for running across zombies.
So make an acrobatics check. You can have advantage because you have complete control over these things. So you can place them exactly where you need them to be.
Okay. With advantage, that ends up being let's see, I get a 1 to acrobatics. That's an 18 on my acrobatics.
You hit. Or, so not you hit. I'm sorry. You succeed.
I go running.
You can hit if you'd like.
These zombies just sort of line up, and they literally just start, like, I imagine one of them is almost laying down, and they're sort of leaning against each other, and I just take off running at full tilt, and just as they're still getting into position until I get to that last one, and I leap, and I'm still kind of doing that thing where my hands and arms are pinwheeling through the air. The smoke that was that held reaction that I never used, as I'm moving through the air, it begins to glow with pure radiant energy. I leap forward with both hands, and I dump my entire radiant healing light pool of 11d6 into the shadow. I pre-rolled that for 42 points of radiant healing on the shadow.
You blast this intense light into the shadow. It punctures a hole straight through the incorporeal form of this creature, and it rears its head backwards and howls. It is going to use a legendary action. This legendary action is called Shadow Puppet. The shadow commands the shadow of the creature who just took its turn, repeating everything that was done. However, any hostile actions taken instead target their closest ally, and any beneficial actions instead target the shadow. So I imagine your beam comes out the back side of this creature, and I'm going to roll a d8, no, a d4, to see. No, wait, there's 5 additional, so I'm going to roll a d5. So, Osterod. Somehow, when this beam exits the other side of this shadow creature, you watch as your shadow, Katvarad, reaches out and grasps a hold of that beam of light and turns it directly at Bosterod. And as it passes through this shadow, your own hand, your shadow's hand, it turns to black. Bosterod, you take 42 points of necrotic damage.
I imagine this is the aftermath as I'm reeling from touching this incorporeal shadow and putting this energy in. This happens as I'm falling to the ground in slow motion, and my shadow's ripped apart, and I'm just grasping at my own shadow as if trying to stop it. And this beam of energy shoots across at Basterad as I'm just going, no, and then I crash into the ground. I don't know if you want me to take any bludgeoning damage for that.
No. You fall a short distance and manage to kind of tuck and roll just a bit, getting the worst of it kind of in the momentum of your roll. Katvarad, you have just gone. Sabanos, it is your turn.
So I'm still prone, so I'm going to use half of my movement to stand up, and then I think just in having just almost died, I am going to use my cunning action to take the dash action, if you'll allow that, and just try to regroup. I'm trying to just get out of there. It seems like very high adrenaline, very like I was just pretty much dead, like, and so I'm just sort of reeling. And so I would get up and sort of, as I do this disengage action, as I dash, I want my wits to kind of come about me, and I'm trying to circle around and find somewhere, some sort of cover from this shadow to try to reassess and maybe get in a sneak attack next turn.
Okay, so effectively, are you taking like a hide action?
I don't know if I have enough actions to do that, but if I do, yes. So if I use my movement to stand, and then if I use my cunning action to...
which is a bonus.
Right, so then I would still have perfect. So then, yes, I would try to use the hide action.
Okay, cool. So go ahead and roll a stealth for me just to make sure. I'm sure it's going to be perfectly fine.
Sure. Well, you know, you say that, but the thing is that I'm a more thinky rogue.
Okay.
I'm an insight, not a sneaky. So 12.
That's better than his 8. So yeah, apparently
Nice.
he's not paying attention to you, and you manage to find a place to duck into some cover and break line of sight.
Okay, cool. That sounds great. And I don't know if this is too much in the action economy, but I if I don't remember now, someone remind me next time. I want to try to drink some health potion.
So in this game, this is a tip that I actually took from Jake, and I like it a lot. You can actually quaff a potion as a bonus action, but this round you did use it as your cunning action, so it would have to be next round.
Yep. Perfect. Beautiful. Love it.
Excellent. Okay, so Sabanos has kind of ducked, got himself a small respite, and we are back to the top of the round. It is the Shadow's turn. The Shadow produces out of nowhere, very similar of a manner that you have seen Katvarad do countless times before. And the weapon that forms before you, all of you can see that... I'm trying to vamp here, it's not working. You can see that it is a spear, a very large spear, and it is formed from shadow stuff. You can see that this weapon is a black spear, seemingly comprised of liquid pitch, gaseous smoke, and solid brimstone all at once. It appears to be in constant motion without ever truly changing. At its center, you can see a number of softly glowing orbs radiating a pale, and ghostly light. One of you, a volunteer, please. Whoever.
Me.
Sure.
Lloyd, okay. Ingvarad. Well, that makes great sense, actually. Ingvarad, you know the name of this weapon. The name of this weapon is the Warden of Nightfall. As this spear materializes, the shadow turns towards you, Katvarad. There, just beside it, on the ground, and is going to strike at you twice with the Warden of Nightfall.
It'd be an advantage because I'm prone.
Fair enough. What is your AC?
Actually, hold on a second.
Yes.
Bastarad, is your spell still up on me?
That's right. Yes.
You
I have
cast
to take,
Sanctuary on me.
it's a concentration spell, so I need to roll. But it's just a 10 because I took damage one time. Yeah, so it should still be up.
So because of Sanctuary, it has to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Oh, but wait, you did cast a spell.
Oh,
on
you're
it,
right.
though.
You're right because
That
I
would end
attacked it. Never mind. Disregard.
Yeah.
My AC.
Ooh, yep.
My AC is 15.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna resolve the first to. Go ahead.
Is Katvarad?
I'm a long ways away from you.
Yeah. Well, no, because we were all right there. So if you would have ran up and attacked it, you would have came back down right in the same.
I thought you ran over to Sabanos.
Isn't that where we all were?
So assuming the shadow ascended
I don't know then.
directly
I don't
above-
know. I don't know if I'm still within range then.
Depends on what the range is.
Okay, I'll just.
range
I mean,
do you
I'll just ask Jeremy. Is Katvarad within 10 feet?
I would say not within 10. Probably within 30 foot, but not within 10.
Okay, then it won't apply.
Okay.
Yeah, so you just get advantage on those attacks.
Okay. So I'm going to resolve this first one first, and then, if necessary, I'll take the second one.
I don't like the way that was phrased.
The spear strikes you, and the first thing that happens is that you take 20 points of piercing as this shadow blade penetrates. I then need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Bless is still up?
Yes. And that should still be within range.
It's 11 plus 5, 16.
All of you watch as this shadow spear strikes Katvarad. When it does so, Katvarad turns into shadow smoke and is absorbed into the spear. Another glowing orb forming at the spear's center. Katvarad.
No.
You have been trapped in a shadow prison. You are now on the shadow realm. Effectively, you can only interact with the material plane as if you were on the ethereal plane. At the end of your turn, you may repeat the saving throw to try and free yourself. The shadow turns, having absorbed Katvarad with its first strike of the spear. It then turns towards Ingvarad, not far, having only just been separated, and its second strike of this Warden of Nightfall will come down upon her. I don't imagine that this is the first time that this has happened, Ingvarad. What is your AC?
is 20.
It hits. You are going to take 18 points of piercing, and I need you to make a wisdom save.
All right, I'm going to use my protection of the Colossiah to reduce that damage by a d12. And my save is 15 on the die, and I'm really good at wisdom saves. Am I within an aura of Haroon's as well?
I think the
She with
bless and stuff is
10 feet. Well,
Yeah.
she wouldn't be affected by the bless because I didn't cast it on her, but I have an aura
good point.
of Guardian, which would be a +4 if she's within 10.
So I think that Ingvarad probably is, because the way that I pictured it is when they separated, the shadow kind of went up and back, and Ingvarad kind of stumbled forward.
Okay.
So I think Ingvarad probably closed within 10 feet of the rest of the group.
Okay. Yep. So
Alright.
+4 to that save.
So with that, then I have +12 to wisdom saves, which is going to put me at 27.
You manage to shrug off the effects of these shadowy bars that are trying to claim you once again, to lock you away in this shadow prison that you have already spent far too long inside of. Okay. That was its actions. We are now down to the layer actions. The layer actions are, let's see, or the layer action is going to be this round. Okay. The shadow permeates the very ground and walls of its lair with its vile essence. For the round, it's going to become infused with holy and with unholy power. Any non-fiend, which is each of you, whenever you enter the lair's area for the first time on a turn or start your turn there, you're going to have to make a charisma saving throw. On a success, you will be able to ignore the effects. If you fail, you are going to be under the effects of open wounds. Affected creatures in the area cannot regain hit points. So if you fail your charisma save, you cannot regain hit points this round. Okay, that is the layer action. Darian, it is your turn. I don't know if you're down any hit points, but if you are, go ahead and roll a charisma save for me.
Yep, so I did. And thanks to Bless, I am at a 23 so far. I guess it'd actually be 27 because I'm within Haroon's range.
Well, there you go. Yeah, so you shrug off the effects of the incapability of healing this round. So if you have a means to do so, you will be able to regain hit points.
Perfect. And is this thing in within melee reach?
So if you move a short distance, yes. Probably 15, 20 feet.
Yeah, Darian will see this shadow that's now been released and like look over one more time like at Ingvarad to make sure she really is like there and like he no longer has to pull any punches, and like he'll like breathe a sigh of relief seeing that she is in fact there. It's not some trick of hell, at least not as far as he can see. And he'll turn his attention towards this fiend, finally charging it. As he does so, the short sword will like begin to glow with holy energy. And I got a 29 to hit.
Yes, that will absolutely make contact.
Perfect. So I'm going to be using my demon slaying blade here to activate a charge of Paladin Smite.
Okay.
And because I am a swashbuckler, I can get sneak attack if there's an enemy within 5 feet of me, and so I'll get sneak attack too, even though there's no allies next to it.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to deal 30 magical piercing damage and 13 radiant damage for 43 total damage.
Okay. Okay, hang on just 1 second. You watch once again, familiar to when you were fighting some of these other fiends. Your blade pierces the shadow, and it behaves the way you kind of expect it would. This kind of flowing, almost shadow cloth that this thing seems to be made of. The weapon actually penetrates through it and does the damage that you suspect. The radiant from the blade, however, whenever it washes out away from this creature, opens a much larger wound in it that you might expect. You can tell that this creature does not do well against radiant damage. It is, however,
Perfect. And
still
then,
up and kicking.
Nope.
It is up and still kicking, so just, yeah.
Yes, perfect. All right, and then as a bonus action, Ingvarad, seeing Darian now like shining with Belorion's light, I imagine there's still like wisps of radiance like coming off of him, and being freed from the clutch of this thing will feel a rush, and you will have a D6 inspiration die that I'm giving you as a bonus action.
All right. At the end of Darian's turn, the Shadow is going to take a legendary action called Cipher the Living. Each creature trapped within the shadow prisons of the Warden of Nightfall. That would be you, Ingvar, or Katvirad.
I was safe in here.
You take 14 points of psychic damage. And those of you on the outside can see some of the edges of these wounds heal ever so slightly. That was Darian. It is now Ingvarad's turn.
So she looks around and sees her companions here, and feels like what had been like a trickle, barely anything of a connection to them and to the gods, like come back in a torrent all of a sudden. And she's going to say, "Look here, Belorion, Lord of Light, he of the brightest dawn, your servant is still here, unbroken and unbowed. Shine your light." I'm going to cast Dawn on the shadow.
Ooh, what is that?
Which hopefully will hurt it a lot. It's a 5th level cleric spell. So a huge cylinder of dawn sunlight falls down and appears. It's a 30-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder. So I want to center it on it and not us.
Sure.
Although I am going to center it on me. I'll move forward. I want to be within it, but not everybody else. And then each creature in it must make a Constitution saving throw. And my DC is 17.
17. What kind of save again?
Wisdom.
Wisdom? Okay.
Wisdom, yeah.
It fails.
For Dawn?
Oh, sorry, it is a con. Oh, it's a con save.
Oh, it's a con save. Constitution.
Yeah.
And what was the DC again? 17?
17.
Okay. It got it on the nose. It got a 17.
Do you have inspiration?
I have bardic inspiration. Can I increase my DC by a D6?
I don't know. I don't
do you
think
have
so.
a point?
I
Do
think
you
that's
have a
all
point
I
of
got.
inspiration in addition to that?
I mean, there's one on my sheet, but I haven't played in like a year and a half, so I don't know.
I'll
if
give
there's
him
one
one of mine if I can.
Okay. So if you will
There's actually
spend a
2
point
on
of
my sheet.
inspiration. Okay. So if you will spend a point of inspiration, I will allow you to add your bardic inspiration to the DC.
So rad. Okay. 4. So that will put it at 21.
Okay, and yeah, because it was right on the nose, that makes it fail. So what
Oh
happens?
my god. Okay, so it takes 4d10 radiant damage. So that's going to be 16 radiant,
Okay,
and it's in
which is
sunlight. I don't know if that does anything, but it's literal sunlight, like as if through the hell, straight down a beam of actual daylight.
yeah. So already, this wellstone of Belorion that's hovering in the center of this platform is already causing this beam of sunlight to rise up into the air, and it is glowing brightly. And I imagine that Ingvarad somehow probably pulls on that actual wellstone itself, and there's just this increase in the intensity of the light that it's giving off, and it fills this whole space with something that none of you have seen in months and months: the dawn. Lloyd,
So
would you
perfect.
please describe to me what it looks like as Ingvarad destroys this shadow?
Yeah, she calls out to Belorion, and the power like of the dawn. I think it like makes her cry. Maybe everyone to see sunlight for the first time in so long, and it just like bursts through whatever is above us, the earth, and appears as this like bright light. The shadow within sort of lets out this hideous wailing and starts to like vanish and dematerialize into puffs of smoke, and then is gone. The sunlight still just beaming down, and she like is within it and looks up at the sun and feels a connection to Belorion truly for the first time in a long time.
Things scatter to the darkness, skittering away from this bright light that has been summoned here at the summit. Kotvarad, you find yourself still trapped inside this shadowy prison, unaware of what has transpired outside. All of you notice Kotvarad has not reappeared, but this shadowy spear has floated as if a feather to the platform where it has come to rest, giving off its heavy smoke almost like dry ice as it climbs along the ground out away from this spear, but it never diminishes.
Bastrad will sprint towards this spear, but upon reaching it, be afraid to touch it himself. But with just tears streaming, he'll look to Ingvarad and Haroon. You must know something.
I do. And she'll step forward and she'll put her hand on Bastrad's shoulder and squeeze it. And then we'll look at the spear and the light, and we'll cast Dispel Evil and Good. Which
Oh, snap.
which allows you to break an enchantment on a person, on a creature. But maybe in this case it could work on the spear. So she'll invoke Akun, and who's her patron god, and will invoke the Lord of the Roiling Might and ask that he destroy whatever enchantment is within and free Katfarad and anyone else trapped within.
So, Ingvarad, you focus this prayer, this spell, upon the orb that you saw form whenever Kotvarad was siphoned into the weapon itself. Within this shadow prison, Kotvarad, You hear a voice that comes to you from the darkness.
Catherine. Catherine.
I am here.
My name is Akun. I am the god of the forge and of life. You have done many great things. You have preserved life. I grant you my blessing and set you free.
With that, shadow begins to pour from the orb of the spear and slowly condenses back into the shape of Katvarad. Katvarad, you find yourself amongst your friends once more.
Before, as you are constituted, you are being hugged. It's almost not like there's no time. Like it's like Bastard is almost about to hug like incorporeal shadow, and then just happens to latch onto you.
I imagine as this god Hakun gave me his blessing and set me free. It's the truest, most pure form of faith that Katfarad has ever experienced. And knowing that it's coming from Ingvarad, the only place it could have come from is that's who Ingvarad was dedicated to. I imagine Hakun's words of "I set you free" having a much deeper meaning than just from this magical trap. And when Katfarad appears and materializes, and you see this shadow sort of coalesce, you would see shadow seeming to just filter out of her hair and drain down her body like water falling off of somebody who just stepped out of a pool, and the shadow spills down onto the ground and leaches away. And somehow Katfarad seems smaller. As I imagine Hakun freed her from the grasp of this dark force that she had made this pact with so long ago. And Bastarad, what you embrace is not Katfarad the warrior, Katfarad the hero, but Katfarad the girl. Completely removed of all magical abilities tied to this warlock pact. She's just a scared dwarven girl, and she just starts sobbing into your arms.
Yeah, he just holds her and kind of gestures for Ingvarad, and tries to embrace her as well, and just kind of sobs as they stand there in this caldera on a mountain in hell, having gotten through so much.
Yeah, Ingvarad will kneel down in front of Katya, which is what she thinks her name is, and will just kiss her on the forehead. My Katya. I'm so glad you're all right.
This delicate, probably calloused, but trembling dwarven hand just reaches up to you and just strokes your large bonekin face and just whispers, "It's Katvarat now." And she smiles up at you.
Yeah, she doesn't know what to say to that, so won't say anything and just sort of like press her forehead against yours, which maybe is a little bit too heavy. You're quite little and she's enormous, so maybe there's like an accidental bump. Yeah, I never had. Well, your family. Now more than ever.
She tries to speak, but can only give you through just tear-filled eyes. She can give you probably the first true smile you've seen from her since you first met. And her hand reaches down to find yours. And she just grabs at your hand and just squeezes and holds on and doesn't let go.
Yeah, Ingvrad will stand and look at the others and say, there are too many things to say, and I cannot explain where I was or what happened. You don't want to know, and I don't want to tell.
Haroon will just hold up a hand and say, "No words are needed, Ingvarad. You are safe, and return to us. That is what matters. And so is Katvarad, and everyone is still here with us." And in saying that, he'll go to Darian and Sabanos and Bastarad and just bestow a little bit of lay on hands on each, just to kind of restore some of those wounds.
As Katvarad and Ingvarad have this moment, and Haroon begins to move around and patch everyone up, at least getting everyone back on their feet enough to face whatever might be coming next. One of you, volunteer, please. Anybody?
Sure.
Alan. I saw Alan's hand, so Haroon, it's after you finished patching everyone up that you move closer to this wellstone, this glowing, almost diamond-shaped object, this artifact, this heart of a god. And as you get close enough to it, you see something that kind of catches a second glance. You do like a double take. You realize that within the reflective nature of this, almost like a gem style surface, within the surface of it, deeper inside, you can see what looks like green grass and sunshine shining down upon it.
The wellspring is intact. It is. And he would turn and just look at the five of you, tears swelling in his eyes. I cannot, words cannot express the feeling that this God, being in the presence of this God, feels. What it feels like.
In addition, Haroon, you can feel that this wellstone seems to be open. It feels much more inviting than anything that you have come across while down here in the Down Under. You feel as though you could step into it if you so wanted.
I think in that moment, his Warhammer Virtue's Vengeance, still kind of glowing with this white flame, he hears the sentience inside as it says, "Vengeance has been served." And the flame slowly dies out as this glowing Warhammer simply turns into almost like solid stone. Like you can see the life force kind of leave it. And Haroon will set it down, and he will turn to the five of you and he will say, "I had set out on a path of redemption. And to be honest, I never knew if that was my fate. I have you to thank, Ingvarad, for setting that path before me. And I won't lie, it was not an easy path to walk. The gods know my body and even my soul have the scars to show it. But thanks to you and all of you, I feel that I have come to forgive myself. And now I feel I can rest." And he will turn and I imagine he'll begin to walk into the light.
If no one says or does anything to stop Haroon, he walks forward across this platform and steps through the face of this wellstone and disappears.
I think just about anywhere that we can go, she looks around at literal hell, would be better than here. Why don't we go with him?
Shouldn't we try to bring the Wellstone back? Seems like it belongs somewhere other than this.
She'll look at you, all of you, sort of like not knowing, and shake her head like, "You tell me."
Hearing Haroon talk about redemption, and seeing him like walk through the light, will like glance down instinctively down at his arm where the Kraken's mark covers, and will like withdraw, I think, a little bit, like the brief bit of like happiness of seeing Ingvarad here and Katvarad okay, will sort of like fade as he has to reconcile still with what awaits. But I'll sort of shake himself from it real quick, hoping to not let anybody else see his bit of a lapse into concern, but probably will not do so successfully. I think Basterad is right. The stone does not belong here. If you wish to go through, one of us can take it back. I have some unfinished business on the surface.
Go. Go into the light. Go into the Wellstone. Those people. I'm not going to let them do whatever it is they want to do to you. Just go. I'll take it back.
I I made a deal. And I owe it to this new version of me to be honest. For once.
Then at least you'll have a friend to walk you to the end.
Or perhaps a friend to help you rewrite a new one. When did you get a tattoo, by the way?
You were there when it happened, weren't you?
I think it was like the very beginning of the introduction, yeah. But it's the idea being that I think that Sabanos would be so aloof or sort of like noticing it for the first time in a way that is actually caring about Darian and not circumstantially aloof.
When did you get a tattoo?
It's not just a tattoo. This is the mark of the Kraken. An old friend of mine caught up to me on the way over here. To claim vengeance for long overdone wrongs, which I did commit. He wanted to take me. I convinced him to let me finish our business here first.
Can't let them do that. Changed. You're the reason that I got out. It's the first light that I saw.
Bastra gives you a look that's like, listen, like if you're not going to listen to her, like, obviously.
If you think you need to go back and do this for some thieves' honor, then very well. I'll go with you and I'll make sure that you don't get hurt. And then afterwards we can step into there where it looks extremely pleasant. It was your
He'll
words
nod.
that got through to me,
Yeah.
She'll say. I was in there for so long. I don't know how long. It felt like centuries. And it was dark. And I was away from hope and from light. And then I heard your words and I saw your light and I fought. And now I'm here. There's nowhere that you can go. Nothing that you can do that will make me go away.
I think at this point, Darian will be like struggling to hold back tears, just for like the weight of everything. I think finally getting to him, being in literal hell, having Ingvarad back, like reconciling now with like what's gonna come next. I think will break him. He'll just like nod. He can't find words to like agree or refute what you said. He'll just nod.
I feel like Sabanos would begin to sort of run the numbers of how they could get out of hell and the odds and the debt you owe versus what you possibly could have done. And as he starts to do that, we came in this many miles, we did this, we were here, so then we could take the boat back, but without the fruit. And then and in the middle of it, as Katvarad's voice kind of pokes through, he sees her And then he sees Darian. And he looks around. And he says, the hell with all that.
Look, as you're calculating how we're going to ever make it back, I'm still wearing this this fiend leather armor. It's breastplate and shoulder protectors. But there's this gemstone that's sort of formed into the leather. And as you're talking and I'm trying to get your attention, I run my hands across this gemstone, and this energy that's this brilliant, I imagine it to be this brilliant spectral blue that's like the perfect counterpoint to the oranges and yellows of hell, begins to emanate from it, and it just hits the ground and it starts to wend its way off into the distance as I activate the find the path spell that's inherent in my armor that directs us magically exactly to the chimney we used to descend into the down under. This will take us back.
And in the wake of this blue light, Sabanos hugs and attempts to pick up Katvarad. And maybe even gets her, a quarter of an inch off the ground. You, darling, wonderful, brilliant, beautiful girl.
Easy, I think that's literally the only magic I have left.
Smashing. And then he turns to Darian and he says, Darian, if we're going to face your death, if we're going to stay here, if we're going any damn where, we're doing it together. If that means, well, whatever that means. I trust you. And I need you. I owe you a lot, and I've just begun repaying. Well, anyway, the same goes for all of you, including you. Forgive the, and then he makes like a stabbing motion toward Ingvarad. Shadow business. What happens in the shadow stays in the shadow. But in any event, my family, I was never there for my family. I was never able to connect with my family. And I've decided you're my new family. So I'm looking to change that. Anyway.
I just look at Ingvarad and just say, wherever you go, I'm going.
I know.
You've
I'm
got
not
to
letting you out
teach
of my
me.
sight.
You've
Ever
got to
again.
teach me about Hakun.
Well, it's a Kunadar for first. She'll say, correcting the pronunciation and like rolling her R stupidly.
Already just trying her hardest, just under her breath.
Well, first things first, then we need to get back up. Sort of look to the blue light that's begun emanating from Katvarad.
Well, first things first, we need to gather the wellstone. And I'll look to it. How big is this thing? Like, how physically large is this wellstone?
It's fairly sizable. I mean, it's like doorway sized, but you have seen stranger things happen. Magic items resizing themselves is not unheard of.
So I want to definitely try to find any sort of cloth, or like I'll take, if I have a blanket in my bag, I'll take it out and try to kind of cover this thing and do my best to carry it. I'm big and I can carry big things, so I'm just gonna try to wrap this thing in a cloth and take it with me.
And as you're doing that, I think Sabanos would genuinely say, just be careful. You're not sure what's going on with Haroon in there. You don't want to shake him about.
And Bastrad will genuinely like kind of slow down when he says that, kind of realizing like, oh, that's a good point. Maybe we should pick it up. Like,
as you start to throw your, go ahead, please.
When we get it to the surface, what are we going to do?
Well, if it's my choice, those of you that desire it will have one more chance to, and he'll kind of look pointedly at Darian, to enter the light of the Wellstone. But after that, I don't know, I suppose we take it back to Belorion. That seems to be where it belongs. Or maybe we take it to Arinavat. I want to go there anyway. I need to see Vidaris again.
So as you throw this blanket and take possession of the Wellstone, Bastrad, you do find, like, as you're kind of like wrapping your arms around it to try to get a good purchase, you have found that it has actually shrunk down in your arms to probably the size of a large chest. So probably 2 to 3 feet in any dimension. So sizable, but certainly manageable, especially by a bonekin. Just to clarify, Haroon is the only one who went through the Wellstone, correct? Everyone else is staying outside. Okay.
Correct.
We see the group taking possession of the Wellstone and beginning to follow this blue line that is leading them back out and down from hell. We then rejoin Haroon. Haroon, you find yourself in a beautiful, lush surrounding. It looks almost like a valley that you're kind of in the bottom of. The sun is bright and warm. The wind is a nice cool breeze that blows the grass in these ebbing and flowing waves. And as you're looking around, a little bit of shadow kind of passes over you for just a moment, maybe bringing about a frightening revisitation of what you've recently been through. But when you turn and look around, what you see is difficult to wrap your mind around. Towering above you, scraping the sky, walking towards you and looking down, is the living visage of a Colossiah in the flesh. That is where we end our tale. So, thank you all so very, very much for tuning in this evening for our finale. Whether you're watching live with us tonight or whether you are tuning in at some point in the future, it truly, tremendously means everything to me. If you like what you saw here, hit the like button, subscribe, all of that kind of stuff. That means far less to me, but it would be nice. Guys, this has been phenomenal. Thank you so very much. I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can say any kind of parting thoughts that they would like. Before we do so, I will go ahead and lead with the caveat that we will be getting together for a wrap party on Sunday, February the 21st. It's going to start at 2 p.m. Central. It's going to be kind of come and go. So come in, ask questions, talk to us about the game. We'd love to see you there. So, like I said, I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can tell you all good night, plug whatever they would like to plug, and then we're going to put a bow on it for all now, once and for all. So we're going to start in reverse order, and we're going to start with Jeff.
It's crazy that this game is like actually ending, and man, this final session delivered more even than I could have expected, even for how good this game is. It's just easily one of the best games I've ever had the the joy of being a part of. Amazing GMing, amazing people to play alongside, just start to finish. Was pretty unbelievable. Yeah, it's been quite the journey, and it's tough to see it end, but also what a great place for it to end, and in a great fashion. So after everything, I guess it is time to close the book. But yeah, this was phenomenal. Yeah, I'm Jeff. If you want to see my own stuff, Tabletop Terrors is where I'm doing that along with Tim. But if you're here on Jeremy's channel, you're in a good place too, as you've already been able to see. So yeah, I will just leave it there. Lest I just do this in circles for the next hour.
I can feel Lloyd's skin crawling. I love you, Jeff. Thank you, man. I appreciate that sincerely. Yeah, like you said, I think this is the third campaign that we finished together, and every single time you bring an incredible amount of depth and complexity to your characters, and yeah, it's just a joy. So thank you for being a part of this game. I sincerely appreciate it. Next up, we have Alan.
Yep. Hello, everyone. Alan, and I'll just say you can find me on all the social media stuff at CFTRPG, and make sure to jump over there on Twitch TV/CFTRPG on Friday for Middle Earth stuff. But as far as this channel for Jeremy's Erasmus Expeditions, yeah, for sure. I mean, hit that subscribe button. Jeremy has tons of really great campaigns and other one-shot stuff that he runs all the time. And whether you're playing in them or just watching them, they're a great experience all the way around. And coming into this campaign halfway through that it started, really can't thank you guys enough for letting me join in and be a part of this. Every session definitely pulls on the emotional heartstrings, and with such in-depth characters, and seeing it all come to this end was just an amazing journey, an amazing ride. So thank you all so much for that experience. And I can't say anything more other than just very much praise for everyone. So
Appreciate that, Alan. And again, yeah, every time I get the chance to play with you, man, it's fantastic. I appreciate you bringing everything that you brought, especially stepping in mid-stride into the game. You not only designed and picked a character that just fit with what was going on with the story where we were, as well as the setting at large. Haroon was he was ingrained into what the group already was, and it was a very natural transition to introduce him into the group, and largely because you're such an adept player. So it's fantastic that you were able to do that, and I sincerely appreciated it a lot, because it made my job infinitely easier than having to try to fit a square peg into a round hole, which is almost always the case when introducing a new character. So I'm so thankful that it went well, and not only went well, but ended up paying out in dividends throughout the rest of the campaign. So thank you. Next, we have Tim.
That's probably my favorite combat I've ever played in. and I can't wait to talk about that more in the rap party. But just, guys, thank you. This is, you can't show up to a game like this unless you're ready to play and bring your A game, whatever that looks like, as a player, as a role player. And I'm humbled to play alongside of all of you. You know the game of D&D inside and out, and that is the least of it. Just the character notes and the beats are storytelling like nothing else. And I'm really, really happy that I was able to be a part of it. Similarly to Alan, I came in later, but was happy to play my part and see the stories that all of you told and just weave in and out of that. Really, really cool. Can't wait for the rap party. And I think I said it during one of the breaks, but I'm just getting warmed up in this campaign. So it's kind of this really cool bittersweet thing that it's ending because, I'm going out on top. I've never joined a campaign this late. And so it's a cool feeling, but it's also a weird, like, we just started and everybody has to go home. So thank you all. I am humbled, and I am definitely going to try to get into another Jeremy campaign soon.
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate that, man. Very, very kind words as always. And same, yeah, working Sabanos into the story where we were, just, it fit. It made logical sense. It wasn't an awkward transition. And Sabanos brought a breath of levity into the group that I think was very much needed on the backside of losing Ingvarad. I think it was very aptly timed. And it was a really, really good balancing of the emotional scales in a moment that made really good sense. And Sabanos was a fantastically realized character. Whenever you said, kind of like Sherlock, and I was like, okay, cool, like that. I think that works perfect in momentum, and I think his pragmatism was fantastic. It was a good anchoring point for going into hell. So yeah. Thank you for being a part of the campaign, man. I appreciate you coming in so late. And,
thank you very much.
Yeah, as always. Okay, next up we have Austin.
I will keep it short since I have nothing to plug and it is late. I just want to say that this was an absolute pleasure. I have never gotten a chance to game with such a group of kind and thoughtful people that always bring so much to every game. And Jeremy, I just like, this is the RPG dragon that I will now be chasing, because like I've never played in a game like this. I've never had a chance to. And I mean, I want to say that there was a good 5-session run there where I did not even touch my dice. And it was one of the best D&D arcs I've ever gone through in that time. So I don't know how you pulled that off, but you consistently, like, I was going to say you bring your A game, but I guess I'll go with like you bring your double S game. If you're familiar with the convention, it's a rating above A in a lot of video games. But I just like the vocal work and all of the things that you bring to this game to make it special are just incredible. I appreciate the hell out of you and all of you guys as players, because it is just always such a joy to play with you. Okay. Oh yeah, not double. Oh no, geez. Oh no, the chat got. Oh, not like that. It's a video game thing, guys. It's like if you're playing Hitman and you get like really, really well, you get like a double S ranking, not like SS ranking. Not
hit who?
Well, anyway, y'all are great. And okay, well, deflate.
The Hitman, you call him? No.
Oh man, Austin. Yeah. I think the only thing that I had played with you in before this campaign was a session of Fiasco at one of the AtCons in person. And
one also, you ran the He-Man game.
that's right. Yes. Yeah, you were
I was
also in the Masters of the
Shieldor,
Universe. Yes.
who fights with
Shieldor.
two shields.
What a perfect He-Man character. I can see the toy. Absolutely, dude. And yeah, like I said, I had a hunch. I was like, I think this guy is going to be a really good fit with the group that we had been building, and I'm so glad that I made that decision. You were a fantastic player. I'm usually very gun shy about putting people who are kind of unknown in campaigns because that's a very long-term commitment, as you can see. And if it turns out to not be a good fit, then it ends up blowing up in your face. And you were the absolute opposite. So thank you for bringing that to the game and bringing such warmth with Bosterod. You did a really cool interpretation of kind of
Thank
a
you
different
so much, man.
Absolutely. You did a different interpretation of what a monk is, and that was really interesting to see. I loved it. So thank you very much for playing in the game. All right.
Well, thank you
next
so
up
much for the opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Dude, absolutely. Anytime. Next up, we have Jake.
I do not remember the last time I sat and played for almost 5 hours. But there was a point where I looked, and it was like right near the end, where first time I even looked at the clock, I wasn't even thinking about time, which was this campaign in its entirety. We've talked at length, and we'll save some more for the rap party, but this has been the most emotionally intense, character-driven campaign I have ever been a part of. And I was thinking about it as a player. This is the first campaign I have ever played through from beginning to end. I've run quite a few campaigns and mini campaigns that have finished as a DM, but never as a player. And to be here for 100% of it, from start to finish, and with such an amazing group of role players that we had such incredible trust in one another to take these characters in places that I think a lot of people are afraid to go, and or maybe intimidated by, but not anybody here. There's just so many things I could point to, just incredible things. I was fully prepared to lose Katvarad this game, and in a tragic way when we wound up fighting Ingvarad. But it's what's so awesome about this group is just in the span of one turn, you never know what each of the characters are going to do. And this was just the best, most epic way, the boss battle. So many layers and layers and layer actions and legendaries and new bosses. Just so much incredible stuff here. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you have an opportunity to get into even a single Jeremy game, do it. Jeremy is just an incredible storyteller and game master, as are all of these folks here. I can't really vouch for Austin because I've never played in an Austin game, but from just on the resume of being a role player, I know Austin probably runs a fantastic game. And the only thing I'm going to plug is Mini Terrain Domain. Tune in on Thursdays where you can see me DMing Jeremy in our weekly Dawnbringers campaign. That's this year will be our 3rd year. We're in our 5th season, and we're running this all the way up to the top, is the plan. In season 5, they're level 12 characters in Rime of the Frost Maiden. That's it.
Fantastic. Yeah. Jake, what can I say, man? I love you, brother. I'm so glad that you gave me such, all of you, truthfully, gave me such dark material to work with. that was incredible. To be able to mold that and shape it and use it against you, and know that each one of you was genuinely okay with that. That you were inviting that kind of emotional engagement from your characters. And every time that I pitched it to you guys, you hit it right back without missing a beat. And that's rare to find in an entire group of people. So it's very, very fantastic that that all of you came together in one game. I'm very thankful for that. And Jake, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think what made it work is the fact that everybody is a storyteller in their own right. And I mentioned this in our chat, and I think that's the exact reason why I became as comfortable as I was with completely giving you guys wholesale control over large elements of the story. Is because I trusted you. I knew that what you were going to do with it was going to be fantastic. Would be something that I could then build off of. So, and you, obviously, Jacob, you know this. You are a phenomenal storyteller in your own right. I love playing in your games, and having you as a player was equally as rewarding. So thank you so much for coming along and playing. All right, last but certainly not least, we have the returning Ingvarad Lloyd.
Well, shit, man. It's really fucking good. It's a fucking great game. Like start to finish, top to bottom. It's like the only game in which there's like the wackiness of that car race where me and Jeff were trying to kill each other the whole time, but also like actual tears. And I feel like it's the game in which I've seen the most like character change of any game ever, you know? Like Darian is in no way the same character that he was in session 1. And I think he's for anybody, you know, all very, very different. And like, not just in a sort of like, oh, I sort of changed my mind about a thing, but like really transformative game, I think, which is rare and amazing. And yeah, it just like real close bonds in a way that you don't often see. Like the relationship that Ingvarad had with Katya was super deep and like familial, and then also with Basterad, who's actually family, and Darian teaching him about faith, and everyone sort of fancying him a little bit and never being able to say anything, and like all that shit, you know, like it adds up, and it just never disappointed. I was like devastated not to be in it for so long because of work or whatever, but I'm glad I got to come in at the end and do a happy ending, and or as close to a happy ending as you can get in this game, which is which I think I'm happy with. But yeah, thank you so much for running it and for having me all this time. And I am calling hard dibs on whatever the next campaign is. Just 1,000,000%.
I appreciate it, Lloyd. Thank you so much, man. And yes, it was a it was a big hit whenever you and whenever Ingvarad had to leave the game. But it also was such a great catalyst. It made such fantastic developments in so many different characters in the party. So it ended up being a really good thing, you know, for the game. Even though I missed having you as a player and missed having Ingvarad interject into what was happening and what was going on. There were several times where it was obvious, everybody knew, oh, we know exactly what Ingvarad would do in this moment. Because of how clearly you defined her behavior, and in such an endearing way. And I think that that's awesome. I've seen you play a lot of really crass, really brute characters, which you do with ease, and it's awesome to watch you do it. But Ingvarad was probably one of the most interesting characters I've ever seen Lloyd Collins play, personally, and it didn't seem any more difficult to you at all. So it was awesome. And being able to have you come back and play out this kind of closure for not just for Ingvarad, but for the whole group, because Ingvarad was so connected with everybody, was fantastic. I can't imagine it having gone any other way, honestly. So thank you for being available and willing to come back and and have this last session.
Ingvarad
Excellent.
never left. Ingvarad was always here long after Lloyd left, so it was only natural that he'd come back.
Here. Everybody, I said it before, I'll say it again. Thank you so much for tuning in. This game was very, very special to me. I'm incredibly proud of everything that happened along our journey and the way that it all came together here at the end. Yeah, I think that's all I've got. So, there's going to be more from the channel. Stick around if you like this kind of content. With any luck, I might be able to catch lightning in a bottle again. We'll just have to see. But until then, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.